Today, I do want to do one quick announcement. Sacramento has been and is the home of the Nicene people and has served and still serves as a gathering place for many other local tribes, including but not limited to the Southern Maydew Valley and Plains Miwok and the Patwin Wintun. We skate on the traditional, ancestral, and occupied homelands of Sacramento's indigenous people. All right, folks, it is time to tell you who's skating today. We're going to start with our visiting team, Sierra Regional Roller Derby. And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between she's, he's, theys, and gays, make some noise for Sierra Regional Roller Derby. Skating today, and very appropriately, starting with number 0, Stormy Trooper. Number 1023, Creature Feature. Number 117, Jackson. Number 12, Dobby Soxum. Number 127, Meat Cat, meow. Number 14, Deus Ex Machina. Number 24, Magma Mayhem. Number 28, Riot. Number 30, Smack Lotus. Number 3000, Kit. Number 37, Grey Goose. Number 46, Alice and Wonder Wheels. Number 66, Bombshell Banshee. Number 73, Tentacruel. And number 92, Mountain Lou. Y'all make some noise for Sierra Regional Roller Derby. And now, it is my absolute privilege to introduce to you your home team heroes. We're going to start with number 22, Ada Shovelace. Number 23, Chile Her Out. Number 239, Copper Boom. Number 315, Freckles. Number 42, Shanita Crutch. Number 420, Rolling Stoner. Number 422, Biohazard Boobies. Number 5, Quickfire. Number 619, Ball Los Taco. Number 649, Pain Generator. Number 666, Mantra Hellhound. Number 68, Desiree. Number 75, Melanin Monster. Number 7808, Just a Mean Kilowatts. Number 96, I Am Godzilla. Number 7, Creature. I don't have Payne's number on this, but Payne Dotze and Cinder Blocker as well. Ladies and gentlemen, nope, folks, make some noise for your Sacramento roller derby, Bruin Trouble. Sorry about that. Your announcer was absolutely dying over here for a moment. All right, it looks like everybody's on the line. We're ready to roll. Haha, see what I did there? And just like that, the game is on. Sierra taking the lead as Jackson pops out. And we have a star pass on Sacramento to Pain Generator. And it looks like Jackson's going to put some points on the board and call it off. I see 2 up there for Sierra Regional in the white and red. Oh my goodness, when the announcer has allergies, strange things happen over here in the box. That didn't sound the way I meant it to. Never mind. All right. We are on Jam 2, and we've got Meat Cat Meow out there jamming with Jessamine Kilowatts. Both jammers now fully engaged in that pack. Watts goes to the inside and slides out, getting lead status for Sacramento. Each team now having had lead once. However, it looks like Meat Cat is out in front of Watts. Amazing little apex jump there by Meat Cat. And Watts calls it off. 1 point on the board for Sacramento, 4 points on the board for Sierra Regional Roller Derby. The score is now Sacramento 1-7 for Sierra Regional. And we've got I Am Godzilla coming up to the line. Whew. It is warm in this corner. And that's Grey Goose out there with Ella. Ella. Looks like Ella and Grey Goose are both on the outside there, kind of following each other. Grey Goose swings around to the inside and gets up engaged with that wall of Sacramento blockers in the front of the pack. And Sacramento stretching out there, trying to hold on to Grey Goose. Grey Goose gets out with lead status for Sierra Regional Roller Derby. And it looks like we do have another star pass on Sacramento. Nope. Looks like it's a dash on Sacramento as Ella still has that star cover in her hand. And there we go. That is a star pass to Pain Generator. I love your Heelys. shout here for number 22. I love you. I don't know who loves you, number 22, but I do too. All right, we have Chile, her out, and Jackson on the line. Fun fact about Chile, her out, she danced competitively for over 10 years and taught dance classes. And Jackson, out of the pack, has lead status for Sierra Regional Roller Derby and has already put 4 points on the board in Jam 4. Jackson re-engaging now at the back of the pack, and we have a star pass to Freckles on Sacramento. Jackson calls it off after putting another 4 points up on the board. 17-1 now as we head into Jam 5. Sacramento Roller Derby would like to thank All Construction Services for their diligent work on this amazing facility. We highly recommend them to everyone looking to get into to get any kind of construction work done. On the line now, we've got Stoner and Creature? Meat Cat. Meat Cat going to the outside, runs into, I believe that's Quickie. Nope, that was Pain Generator. Oh, Quickie's not in this game. I'm confusing the hell out of myself today. Sorry, folks. And I believe that is our first penalty of the day. And I see Stormy headed to that ACS penalty box. Meat Cat out of the pack first, gets lead status for Sierra Regional. Pack slowing to a stop almost over there on the straightaway just before turn 3 as a star pass to Pain Generator gets Sacramento out of the pack. And Meat Cat comes back in and with a tiny little tap to her hips calls off the jam after putting up another 3 points for 7 in this jam. 24-1 now. And we've got a timeout being called. I believe this is an official timeout. Our official's going to do a little confab there. In the meantime, Empire Comics Vault and Hot Sauce is the longest running sponsor of roller derby in Sacramento. Located at 1120 Fulton Avenue in Sacramento, they've been providing comics to all ages for over 15 years, and we thank them for their continued support. All right, we got Watts out there with Kit. And it looks like we are starting with at least one blocker over there in the ACS penalty box. Kit goes to that inside line and rapidly slides through. Watts is right behind Kit, though, and also out of the pack now. Both jammers on their headed in for scoring laps now. The ACS penalty box only temporarily empty as Stormy returns to the track and Freckles heads to that penalty box. I only see one blocker in there yet now as we're headed into Jam 7. Sacramento putting 2 points up on the board in that last jam. Sierra putting 3 points up on the board. 3 points for Sacramento now, 27 on the board for Sierra Regional Roller Derby. And we've got Stoner and Jackson on the line. Both of these very quick jammers. Jackson's got a few more years of experience than Stoner and gets out first. I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're both incredible jammers. Very different styles of jamming, though. That pack getting real fast. Looks like Sacramento only has 2 blockers up there right now. 3? Where were all the blockers? I lost them. I don't know what happened there. Sacramento Roller Derby, 4 on the board now. Sierra Regional 29. Meat Cat back out there with Watts. Definitely a small pack for Sacramento. There's the third. There's the. I don't know why I could not see all of the Sacramento blockers for a few minutes, for a few seconds there. Watts pushing against those last two Sierra blockers up at the front. They do have to let her go, but Watts got a cut and is headed to that ACS penalty box, giving Meat Cat the opportunity to take lead status and a power jam. For those of you who are new to roller derby, either on our Twitch stream or live in the audience, a power jam is when one of the jammers is sitting in that penalty box. Looks like Watts is not alone over there. We have the pivot from Sierra sitting down as well. And Meat Cat coming in fast and hot. Hits the back of that pack. It looks like Freckles, the pivot for Sacramento, now going to go sit down with a forearm call. Not to be left alone, Biohazard Booby's going to join her over there in that ACS penalty box. And both jammers out of the pack now on scoring laps. Meat Cat has put 8 points on the board for Sierra Regional. And she puts 4 more up on the board and calls it off. That was a long jam for everybody out there. 12 points on the board for Sierra in that last jam, bringing their total to 41. Their blockers were able to hold Watts, and no points were scored by Sacramento. They were held at 4 in that last jam. Be sure to visit our vendor over in our vendor area, Tor's Quad Shop, owned and operated by That One Ref. You'll receive quality service backed by 18 years of skating experience. And while we're at timeout, let's also talk about Urban Flex and Flow. It's a fitness, yoga, and wellness studio committed to community connection and accessibility. Their studio can be found at 6442 Fair Oaks Boulevard in Carmichael. And that whistle means we are ready to get back to actual roller derby, as opposed to fake roller derby. I don't know why I said it like that. I don't know. It's been a couple of weeks since I got to talk about roller derby. I am very excited to be back at it today. We've got number 24, Magma Mayhem, on the line for Sierra, and I am Godzilla for Sacramento. I love saying that name. Magma Mayhem out of the pack first, takes the lead status for Sierra. However, it looks like Sacramento's got their full pack back out there again. Magma through the pack puts 4 points on the board for Sierra Regional Roller Derby. And they are still holding on to Sacramento's jammer. Sierra's still holding on to Ella out there. Ella now out of the pack after a little bit of a star stash, holding in her hand to get through the pack. And Mayhem calls it off after 4 points on the board, 45-4 as we head into Jam 10. Stoner out there on the line for Sacramento. Jackson back out there for Sierra. Oh, Stoner getting knocked to the outside by Jackson. And coming back around, Jackson ducks through that pack and is out with lead status. Stoner is pushing against Creature Feature there. Creature, the last blocker that they have to get past. And just as Stoner gets out of the pack, Jackson, always aware of what's going on the track, calls it off. 4 more points on the board for Sierra, 49-4 now. I hear a Meat Cat fan out here in the house. And in honor of Rolene, who I hope is listening at home, I just have to say, Meat Cat, meow. And that's Watts out there for Sacramento. Watts trying to get around on the outside, and Meat Cat slides through the pack. It looks like Boss Taco's going to head to that ACS penalty box. And a beautiful little apex jump by Meat Cat puts 4 on the board for Sierra Regional. Watts still stuck in that pack trying to get through. And Meat Cat puts another 4 points on the board. Watts stashes that star and gets out of the pack. Meat Cat coming through and calls it off, seeing Watts out. 12 more points on the board for Sierra Regional. Those Sierra Regional blockers really doing a great job of holding on to Sacramento's jammers. Sacramento, I don't think, has put a point on the board since Jam 3. It's gonna this is Sacramento's jam. They got Chile her out there with Grey Goose. And both jammers now fully engaged in the pack. That pack absolutely mobile out there. I know that sounds like a weird thing to say when you're watching skating, but it's not just forward mobility. Their lateral mobility is incredible. These, wow, look at both groups of blockers doing an incredible job moving back and forth in front of those jammers, holding on to them. And up at the front, Chile is absolutely pushing that tripod forward, forcing Stormy to do a little bridging there. And at the back, we see Mantra Hellhound bridging out for Sacramento as they are weaving back and forth in front of Grey Goose. And why do I suddenly have the urge to say, talk to me, Goose? Oh, it's got to be because I have headphones on and I'm in a pseudo cockpit over here. We are over a minute into this 2-minute jam, and there is no lead status. That ACS penalty box is seeing some action, though. Oh, look at that. Right as I said it, Chile hair out, gets out of the pack. Sacramento Roller Derby has the lead now. Sacramento still holding on to Grey Goose back there. They've switched positions now, though, as Sacramento now in the front. Oh, creature feature almost knocking Chile off the track. Chile manages to use those toe stops and stay legal and puts 4 points on the board. You called it, Lolly. This is Sacramento's jam. And the pack slowly moving forward now, hitting turn 4. I think this is the first time we've gotten a full pack around the track. Chile getting recycled back to the back of the pack there. I think it was Creature Feature that took her out. Up at the front again now. And Banshee looking to hold on to her for just a moment. Chile is out of the pack again. 8 points on the board in the last jam for Sacramento, bringing their total to 12. And their blockers holding on to Sierra's jammer. Sierra holding at 61. We are halfway through the first half of this game, guys. Whew, that was an exciting jam, wasn't it? I got chills. And they're multiplying. That's a little music nerdiness for you. All right, we are back at it. Ella and Jackson out there. Crutch coming around behind the pack after getting knocked to the inside there. Ooh. And Jackson out of the pack first. Ella right behind Jackson, less than a quarter of a track behind. Both jammers putting the speed on. And somebody's going to the penalty box. I believe it's for destruction. Jackson puts points on the board and calls it off. However, not before Ella also puts 3 points up on the board. 1565 now. And we've got Meat Cat coming back to the line with Stoner. Ooh, Stoner is your lead jammer. Meat Cat still in the pack. Nope, Meat Cat out of the pack. That shouldn't be so hard to say. Stoner puts points on the board, calls it off. 3 points for Sacramento. Sacramento's blockers holding on to Meat Cat long enough for Stoner to get those points on the board and call it off. 1865 now. That was a good year. Just kidding, I don't know what happened that year. Kit on the line with Chile. Kit getting knocked around here at the back of the pack. Up at the front, Chile is smack up against that tripod from Sierra. Ooh, gets a little assist from Freckles, gets him out of her way for just a moment. And now that pack is getting real spread out on the apex between turns 1 and 2. How long are they going to be able to hold on to Chile? Oh, long enough for Kit to go to the ACS penalty box. This is a power jam, and Chile is out of the pack with lead status for Sacramento. Whew. Chile now the only jammer on the track. That ACS penalty box has seen some business this first half. And we've got Chile back in the pack, gets knocked to the outside, recycled back, looking to put some points on the board for Sacramento during this power jam. We got a cut being called by Nacho on, I believe that was Machina. Yep, that was Machina headed to that ACS penalty box for a cut. And Chile puts 4 points on the board during her power jam. And now Kit has returned to the track and just completed her qualifying lap. And Chile puts 4 more on the board and calls that off. 8 points on the board for Sacramento, unanswered in that last jam. 26-65 now. And we have a timeout. A timeout being called for? Yeah, we have a, well, let's see if it's actually called. Yep, we have a timeout being called by Sierra Regional. During this timeout, I want to let you know that the Beastie Bears, Sacramento's Junior League, are open to all genders aged 8 to 17. If your minor would like to join, email juniorrec@sacramentorollerderby.com for more information. Our next Beginner 101 class starts on May 18th. The juniors will be skating in the next game. They're doing a Jedi versus Sith game. I'm dressed for their game, man. I am stoked. I want to give a quick hi. Okay, turn the camera off me now. Oh, no. You have to be. We're over here just being silly in the announcer's box during the timeout. If you're going to put me on camera, you have to join me. That's how it works. I see we've got Ella out there with Jackson. Hey, a fun fact about Ella. In 2011, gas prices were insane, but she wanted to play roller derby so bad she pawned her rings to get her first gear set up. That's dedication. And Jackson out of the pack first, takes lead status. Look at that scrummy pack right there. That pack was so tiny. I mean, it didn't hurt that they had some skaters in the penalty box, but it was still a small, tight pack there. And Jackson calls it off after putting 4 points on the board for Sierra, bringing their score up to 69-26. Don't do it. Don't do it, Lolly. I heard that from here. If you'd like to start your adult roller derby journey, our next 101 class for adults begins on June 9th. Bird Dog and all our one-on-one coaches will teach you all the basics of skating and roller derby in 6 weeks. Email RecLeague at Sacramento Roller Derby today. Watts out there jamming for Sacramento. Meat Cat jamming for Sierra. And we're trading blockers in that penalty box as Boss Taco goes to the box. And I believe that was Biohazard. Boobies comes out. Watts gets out of the pack just in time for it to be called off. We've got less than 10 minutes left in this first half. Hey, make sure if you are in the house and you are feeling peckish, you check out our snack stand over there. They've got all kinds of tasty little snacks to go and some frosty beverages. We also have Jerk Street Tacos. I'm going to make up the words. Just outside the Bear House doors today. Visit them if you're ready for some delicious food today. And let me tell you, they are amazing. Magma Mayhem jamming for Sierra. Quickfire jamming for Sacramento. Already out of the pack. That's why they call her Quickie. Oh, it looks like Magma Mayhem is going to go to that ACS penalty box, giving Quickie a power jam. This is a great opportunity and a great jammer to have during that power jam. Quickie has been doing this for a while. She's got incredible experience and skills out there on the track. And there she goes, puts that 4 points on the board for Sacramento. That pack holding steady over there at the just before turn 3 in that back straightaway, getting set up to try to hold on to Quickie. Quickie's got to get past Wonder Wheels and the rest of the blockers, and easily does it with some nice footwork there. Putting 8 points on the board for Sacramento. Mayhem has returned to the track and is out on a qualifying lap. Oh, the pack stops there at the front straightaway, and Quickie calls it off after putting 2 more points on the board, bringing Sacramento's total up to 36-73. Sierra Regional Roller Derby, no points on the board in that last jam. You know what? I saw somebody trip that skater. I saw somebody trip you, Biohazard. Right? Absolutely. There's a reason I don't skate anymore, because I did that just getting onto the track. 36-73 with about 7 minutes, a little over 7.5 minutes on the clock. Stoner and Jackson out of the pack. Stoner flying behind Jackson. Jackson spins around to put 1 point on the board and calls it off, 74-36. That was an incredibly fast jam, y'all. Not just time-wise, but those skaters were flying. $36.74 as we head into Jam 20 with 7 minutes left on the game clock, or the period clock. There's the word I'm looking for. We've got Ella and Meat Cat back on the track together. Meat Cat is out of the pack first. However, Ella is right behind, well, about a lap behind. And Meat Cat sees Ella about to get up to the pack and calls it off after putting 4 points on the board. 78-36. We got Chile her out there. Jamming for Sacramento with Grey Goose jamming for Sierra. Sierra almost not fielding all their blockers, but Smack Lotus made it out there just in time, just under the whistle. And now we do have a full pack on the track as that ACS penalty box clears out. I'm sorry, that means somebody's going to get a penalty. called that one. Freckles taking the star pass and out of the pack. Not your lead jammer. There is no lead jammer at this time. So, oh, we had a star pass on Sierra as well to Wonder Wheels. Both jammers now on qualifying laps. However, we do not have a lead jammer because when you pass that star, you do not pass the ability to be the lead jammer. So it is going to be a full 2-minute jam. Make some noise for these skaters because 2 minutes may not seem long to you when you're sitting in the crowd, but I guarantee you it's long to them when they're fighting for those points. Both jammers have gotten through the pack once now. Alice through the pack a second time, putting another 4 points on the board for Sierra. Sacramento still at 4 points by Freckles. And Freckles almost getting through there, gets hit by Dobby Soxum and taken to the inside. Freckles just knocking Smack Lotus out of her way. Both jammers engaged in the pack. This will be Alice Wonder Wheel's third pass through the pack. However, Sacramento has gotten their blockers right over there in front of her and is holding on to her. She's decided to go back to the middle of the pack there. Freckles gets knocked down there, recovers quickly, and it looks like Sacramento has someone headed to that ACS penalty box now as Alice Wonder Wheels comes out of the pack with that 5 points. Freckles now out with another, not 5 points, 4 points. Wow, I had a little flashback there to the days when we had jammer points. 8 points on the board for Sacramento in that last 2 minutes, 12 points on the board for Sierra Regional. Sierra now at 90 points, Sacramento at 44 with 3.5 minutes left, a little over 3.5 minutes left on the period clock in the first half of the game. I feel like I talked nonstop for about 2.5 minutes. Whew. I mean, I talk nonstop anyway. Jackson and Watts out there. Fun fact about Watts, she started boxing at 6 years old and was trained by her dad and was in MMA training for a year as well. Watts now up at the front of the pack with Jackson. Both jammers right there. Jackson does have lead status and has put 4 points on the board. Watts puts the helmet cover back on as she is coming around for scoring pass. However, with Jackson ahead of her, Jackson calls it off after putting another 4 points on the board. 44-98 now. We got Meat Cat and Ella on the track in those star covers. Sacramento Roller Derby is proud to announce the return of home teams on August 9th. Check our social media and our website for tickets. Our next junior black and white scrimmage is June 14th. And around to the outside there, Meat Cat out of the pack. Ella right behind her. This is going to be a quick pass as both jammers are now coming up on the back of that pack in the back straightaway. No points scored by either team as Ella forces Meat Cat to call it off. Laughing at myself because by the end of the jam, as soon as that whistle blows, I don't know who was jamming anymore. We have 1:45 left in the first half. We've got Quickfire on the line with Kit. Kit going to the outside trying to get past, but Quickie's actually in the way there and stops her, so she moves back to the center of the track. Quickie finds that opening on the outside and is out first. However, Kit is right behind Quickie coming out of the pack. About half a lap between the two of them. Quickie now back engaged in that pack, getting tangled up there for just a moment, recycled back, calls it off. I believe she was on the floor at the time. No points on the board for Sierra. 1 point on the board for Sacramento. 45-98, less than a minute left on the clock. Low Chiropractic is on a mission to provide top quality chiropractic care at a fee that makes getting out of pain and maximizing your health affordable and accessible. Dr. Aaron Lowe is our league's exclusive chiropractor, and his office can be found at 5301 Madison Avenue in Sacramento. And Rolling Stoner and Jackson out there. Jackson already out of the pack. Jackson is actually qualified this season for Team USA. So that's kind of an incredible fun fact about Jackson, who calls it off. Well, it looks like we're going to get one more jam in, maybe. And I know I said it before, but Jerk Street Taco food truck is just outside the Bear House. I will probably go visit them at some point today because, dang, they have good tacos. And we are at halftime. Haha, just kidding. All right, folks. Grab your cold drinks, grab your snacks, grab your tacos, and be back in 15 minutes because we have an amazing second half coming up. 45-101 with 3 points in that last jam. Sierra rolling over that century mark just as we hit that clock. with a little over 2 minutes left on our halftime. Everybody get your snacks? Did you get out and order your tacos? I know I did. I do want to take a moment and thank our officials today. We have some incredible people in stripes and in all blacks out there today. Our head ref for game one is Don Scorleone. We've got Fibonaccio as an inside pack ref. Outside, or excuse me, our jam refs for this first game are Sydney Vicious and Rhodes Warrior. Outside pack refs today are TNT, Doomsday, and Rink Rat. Thank you so much, you guys, for being out there in your stripes. In all blacks today, we've got our jam timer, Pyro, PLTs, Cyber Demon, and Panic at the Lolo, scoreboard operator, Bulldozer, scorekeepers, Bio Bombshell, Lil Miss Trouble. Our penalty box manager is Twitch, and we've got penalty box timers, Barry and Matador. Thank you, everyone out there, for volunteering and giving up your time for us. Without you, roller derby does not happen. We also want to thank our medics for being out here today. We love having you, but as I am always saying, we do not want you to have to work hard today. Enjoy the game. That means skaters don't get hurt, okay? And remember, we are selling bout shouts. That means if you say something, it has to be family friendly. I will say it on mic. It doesn't only go out here in-house, it also goes out all over the world on Twitch. That whistle means we are back at it. We've got Jackson out there with Ella for the first jam of the second half. Our score as we head into the second half is Sacramento Roller Derby 45, Sierra Regional Roller Derby 101. Let's see what Sacramento did during the half to change their play to see if we can make this different second half. Jackson out of the pack first, has that lead status. Jackson juking through the pack there. Nobody even hitting her as she comes out and puts 4 more points on the board for Sierra. Ella passing that star off to Pain Generator. Jackson through the pack a second time for another 4 points on the board, bringing Sierra up to 109. Pain Generator now gets out on her qualifying lap, and Jackson puts another 4 points up for a total of 12 unanswered points, I believe, in that last jam, and calls it off. 113.45 now. Empire Comics Vault and Hot Sauce is not only a great place to get graphic novels, but they also carry artisan small batch hot sauce. Talk to Ben Swartz at his store located at 1120 Fulton Avenue in Sacramento and see the greatness for yourself. Rolling Stoner and Meat Cat out there. We've seen this matchup multiple times today as both of these jammers are equally matched. Meat Cat out first as Stormy recycles Stoner all the way back to the jam line here on the first front straightaway. Boss Taco and Biohazard, I believe, headed to that ACS penalty box. Yep. Sacramento now down 2 blockers as Stoner passes that star to Freckles. That was an effective star pass in the last half. We saw Freckles get a good few points up there. However, knowing that, Meat Cat calls it off. And now we've got Quickfire back on the line. Quickfire is going to be lining up to jam there with Grey Goose. Sacramento going to start with half a pack as just Monsta and I don't know who the other blocker is out there. But I do know that we've got Boss and Biohazard sitting over in that penalty box, that ACS penalty box, giving Grey Goose the advantage. She needs to get out of the pack just ahead of Quickfire. Quickfire, though, living up to her name, is right behind Grey Goose and forces a call off. No points for either team in that very short jam. Now, if you are in-house with me today, make some noise for these skaters. Oh, well, at least a few people heard me. Watts coming into the line. Watts has got some fans, and Watts is going to be jamming against Jackson again. Jackson with that quick start, toe stop start, and finds that inside line completely unguarded. Takes that lead status very quickly. Sacramento still down blockers at the start of that jam. However, Watts is now out of the pack. Jackson is directly behind Watts. Watts takes a swipe and takes Jackson down. Jackson thinks about calling it from the ground and calls it off as she gets back up on her feet. 4 points on the board for Sierra in that last jam. 0 for Sacramento, but a nice hit by Watts on Jackson. Meat Cat coming to the line with Chile, her out. Chile showing her pride with that incredible makeup today. I like to call it war paint. 124-45, we are in Jam 5, and Meat Cat out of the pack. Before the pack even hits that pivot line, I believe, we got number 649 headed to the ACS penalty box. That is Pain Generator. Meat Cat getting recycled all the way back there. I believe that was Daisire. Dies recycling her. Creature Feature returning to the box from the ACS, returning to the pack from the ACS penalty box. Chile out of the pack now. Meat Cat puts 4 more on the board for a total of 8 in this last jam and calls it off before Chile can get up and put any points on the board. We've got Ella coming to the line for Sacramento with Kit for Sierra. Tor's Quad Shop is owned and operated by that one ref. She's been a loyal supporter of Sacramento Roller Derby. If you can't make it to her booth in Vendor Alley, make sure to visit her at 2309 K Street, Suite 101 in the Boulevard Skate Shop. And Kit out of the pack first gets lead status as Ella gets recycled back there by Stormy Trooper. Kit back in the pack. Ella sliding out of the pack with that star cover in her hand. And Kit down on the ground in the apex calls it off just in time. 3 points on the board for Sierra Regional in that last jam, bringing their total to 135. Sacramento held at 45. Quickfire and Jackson coming to the line. This will be an interesting matchup. 2 very powerful jammers with very different styles. And Jackson gets recycled back there for just a moment. Quickie almost gets through, hits Stormy and gets knocked to the outside. Stormy's going to that penalty box. Wonder Wheels holding on to Quickie at the back of the pack, and Jackson has now gotten through and putting 4 more points on the board for Sierra Regional. Quickie stashes the star to get through the pack, gets out on her qualifying lap, and is now on a scoring lap. Jackson takes her time, eyes the pack, and calls it off after putting another 3 points up on the board at the back of the pack there. 7 points total for Sierra in that last jam. Sacramento still held 142-45. All right, that whistle starts it. We got Meat Cat and Stoner out there. Stoner out of the pack gets that lead status for Sacramento. and is looking to put as many points on the board as they can. Meat Cat out of the pack now as well. It comes down to who's going to go faster. Stoner, listening to their bench coach, is still going. Meat Cat on a scoring lap. And we got Freckles headed to the ACS penalty box for a multiplayer block as Stoner pops through the pack and puts another 4 points on the board for Sacramento. Meat Cat out of the pack now has put 4 points up for Sierra. Meat Cat gets bumped back into the pack, though. Stoner on the ground under Wonder Wheels there for just a moment. Meat Cat now completely out of the pack with another 4 points on. Stoner has put another 4 points on as well. Stoner still going. Sacramento looking to put as many points up as they can. Meat Cat knocking Boss Taco out of their way, and Stoner calls it off. 12 and 12 on the board in that last jam, and we have a timeout being called by Sierra Regional. While our skaters visit Lowe's Chiropractic for their sports-related injuries, Dr. Lowe also works with patients suffering from chronic pain, personal injury, headaches, and auto accidents. Find them on your favorite social media platform or visit drlowe.com. A big thank you to Allison out there winding up the crowd for us. I appreciate that. Allie, are you doing track maintenance for me too? A woman of so many talents. Did you just say you're made of talent? I can't repeat that. Chile her out, and Magma Mayhem on the track. Magma has gotten out and has lead status. Looking to put some points up there. Chile out now as well on her qualifying lap. Magma on one skate gets that 4th point and calls it off. That was impressive. All right, we are back at it. Jackson and Watts out there. Watts headed to that ACS penalty box. Sydney Vicious telling us that was a forearm that sent Watts to the penalty box. Thank you, Sydney. That means Jackson has a power jam, and Jackson is never one to waste a power jam. 4 points on the board for Sierra so far. That pack standing still right at the end of the apex between turns 1 and 2, waiting for Jackson, who makes quick work of that pack. It was like there weren't even any blockers out there. What I love about watching Jackson skate is that as fast and powerful as she is, it doesn't even look like she's working that hard when she's doing her laps to come back around and put some more points up on the board. But she is moving so quickly. And that power jam has come to an end. We have an empty penalty box out there. Jackson calling it off after putting 13 points on the board. Lucky 13, 171-57 now as we are headed into Jam 11, and we have about 18 and a half minutes left in the first game here today. Ella and Meat Cat coming to the line. Meat Cat kind of taking her time getting up there. You know, it's fun to watch the different jamming styles. Some of the jammers like to start way back away from the jam line. We haven't really seen that today. Today we've seen a lot of the jammers right up on there. And for that very reason, Meat Cat hit that pack and literally rolled around to the outside to get that lead status. Pain Generator taking the star pass from Ella. Pain now almost out of the pack, gets knocked to the outside and recycled back there by Creature Feature as Meat Cat rolls through and puts 4 points on the board for Sierra. Too many S's on the scoreboard for my little brain today. Meat Cat now putting another 4 points up. 8 points so far in this jam. Pain Generator sliding out now. I don't know if that was the initial pass. Yeah, it looks like that was her initial pass. 4 points. Nope. Meat Cat calls it off. 8 points on the board. I'm looking for my other jam timer, and I am short. But Rhodes is not, so 12 points on the board for Sierra in that last jam. Thank goodness they have tall jam timers out there, or jam refs out there. Y'all, I have a bowl from our Jerk Street Tacos sitting here in front of me, and it smells amazing. Stoner out there with Grey Goose. Stoner out of the pack. A little bit of squirrely jam in there at the front. Stoner has lead status. Grey Goose still in the pack. It looks like getting a penalty called. Nope, no penalty. However, Grey Goose is out of the pack there. There was a penalty called. It was not on the jammer. So we do have a couple of blockers off the track for Sacramento in that ACS penalty box. Gives Sierra a bit of an advantage, but not much of one, as Stoner has put 8 points up so far. Grey Goose still at 4 points. Stoner putting 12 points up now with an absolutely lightning fast pass through that pack at turn 3. That pack still holding on. That was Tenta Cruel taking out Stoner there to the inside and recycling them back. We got somebody going to the penalty box. Oh, that is Riot headed to the ACS penalty box for a destruction of pack called by Don Scorleone. It is a wild pack out there. Stoners put another 4 points up. This is the largest jam of the day, with Sacramento putting 16 points up on the board so far. Sierra Regional at half that with 8 points on the board so far. Another 4 points for Stoner, and they call it off. Sacramento putting 20 points on the board. A huge jam for Sacramento. 10, 12, 11 points on the board for Sierra Regional in that last jam. Y'all make some noise for Stoner. That was incredible. Warn me so I sit up and you don't get the big belly roll. Sacramento Roller Derby 77, Sierra Regional Roller Derby 194 as we head into Jam 13 with 15 minutes left. We do have a timeout being called right now. Urban Flex and Flow offers TRX and bootcamp style workouts, instructor-led cycling sessions, vinyasa yoga, and restorative sound healing. Visit them online at urbanflexandflow.com to book an introductory class today. Sierra using their last time out for this game. No official reviews so far. Looks like everybody's pretty satisfied with how they're playing. We've got Jackson and Watts out there. Watts looking to go around that outside, hits the Sierra tripod that has Wonder Wheels, Creature Feature, and Dobby socks him. Dobby and Creature holding on to Watts, taking her to the outside. As up at the front of the pack, Jackson finally breaks through. That was a tough pass for Jackson. Took a little longer than usual today. And with a star pass, Dies takes the jammer status, and it's called off. After 4 points on the board by Jackson, 198-77. Whew, this has been a fast-paced game, y'all. I feel like, I feel like I've been talking to myself, but that's mainly because I am talking to myself over here today. I don't mind. I'm good company. Rolling Stoner and Meat Cat back out there. Rolling Stoner going to that inside, getting knocked in and comes back. Doesn't have to go all the way back though, because that jammer or that blocker who took them out did not go back. Stoner, your lead jammer. This is the second time Stoner's been lead jammer in a row when they've been out there. Meat Cat still in that pack as Stoner going to the outside with a clear pass, gets out, puts 4 points on the board. Meat Cat is out now as well, and it looks like Boss Taco and, no, that's not Boss Taco. That is Freckles and Biohazard Boobies sitting in that ACS penalty box. They're not alone, though. It looks like Riot, I believe, is over there with them. Yep, that's Riot. Oh. Meat Cat trying to do a little apex jump there, gets knocked down and doesn't land it cleanly, comes back in. Stoner is also back at the back of the pack there, trying to get around. Nice toe stop work there. Gets Stoner out of the pack, and they put another 4 points on the board. It's another 12-point jam for Stoner so far. We got 45 seconds. So, Stoner lands with all their skates on all their wheels on the track, so it is a clean. Nope, it looks like there was a cut called there, but not before. Oh, no, there was a cut. Boy, I have no idea what was happening there. It was not a cut. Stoner, after falling on that apex jump, decides it's time to call it off. Puts 16 points on the board in that last jam, bringing Sacramento up to 93. Sierra Regional put 8 points on the board, taking them over that second century mark at 206. That was a beautiful, beautiful jam for both teams. Whew, as we are in a timeout. I can't read what that says. Somebody tell me what Twitch is saying.
Strawberry Short Skate says, I love you, Calamity.
Oh, Strawberry, I love you too. Strawberry coming to us on the Twitch stream, I believe from Motherlode area roller derby. Excuse me, Motherlode Derby. It's mad, not marred. Unless there's another Strawberry Short Skate out there that loves me, I know that's from Mad. Remember, guys, Jerk Street Tacos will be here all day. Please be sure to get your delicious food before they pack up at the end of the day. It says they'll only be here all day. I don't know what that means. They'll only be here all day. I just read what's written for me, y'all. Except when it's about activity on the track. Chile out there showing she's got lots of energy left. Kit right beside her. A little bit of a confab between our jammers as we are still at a time. We've transitioned into an official timeout. Our officials having a confab out there. I don't know why I keep saying that word. I like that word today. That's like the 9th time I've said it. I don't know. It's stuck in my head, and sometimes that happens to Calamity. It's like intrusive thoughts. All right. Our refs are returning to their places. Our jam timer is looking at his timer. And we are off. Kit goes to that outside, finds Pain Generator in the way, tries to go back to the inside. Chile stuck behind just a wall of Sierra blockers. I believe that's Dobby holding on to her, and Tenta. Sacramento's Quickie headed to that ACS penalty box. Kit is out of the pack, but is not lead jammer. Pain Generator in the penalty box now as well. We do not have a lead jammer. Chile could still get lead status if she gets out of the pack there. Kit has put 4 points on the board so far. Thought that was 8 points on the board so far, but I guess it's still 4. Now it's 8. Chile getting recycled back there to the back of the pack, comes back up, and again, that just wall, that strong tripod. Kit has now put 12 unanswered points on the board. Sacramento really needs to get their jammer out of the pack. However, it is going to be a full 2-minute jam. We are not going to have a lead jammer because I do believe that Star Stash just caused that. If you take the star cover off, you can't become the lead. 3 seconds left on that game clock, and that ends the jam. 12 points, 13 points on the board by Sierra Regional Roller Derby, unanswered by Sacramento. The score now 219-93 with 10 minutes left in this game. We got Jackson out there with Ella. Jackson out of the pack. Ella out now as well. A full lap behind Jackson. Jackson now lapping Ella. 4 points on the board so far for Jackson, and 4 more points. Nope. 2 more points for Jackson. Let's see if Ella managed. Ella managed to put 2 points up on the board for Sacramento as well. So a total of 6 for Sierra Regional, 2 for Sacramento, bringing the score 97 Sacramento, 225 Sierra Regional. Woo! Magma Mayhem back out there for Sierra Regional with Watts. Watts pushing through at the front, has to get past Wonder Wheels and Stormy. She does so and gets lead status for Sacramento. Boss Taco headed to that ACS penalty box. I'm sorry, I see it, I call it. If you skate past me on your way to the penalty box, I'm gonna say you're on your way to the penalty box. Boss Taco having a rough time with that penalty box today. And Watts is back in on a scoring lap after getting lead status. I do believe Mayhem is still in the pack on a qualifying lap. Watts puts 4 on the board for Sacramento, and Mayhem with that star in her hand gets knocked to the outside by Pain Generator and recycled back. We do have a successful star pass on Sierra to Alice Wonder Wheels. Watts trying to put a couple more points up there before calling it. Gets 1 more on the board, a total of 5 for Sacramento, taking them over that century mark, 102 to 225 with 7.5 minutes left on the game clock. Ooh, I went into radio voice there for a second. Like, not good radio, though, like PBS public access radio. And we've got Jackson and Stoner out there. Jackson on the outside is out of the pack first. Stoner gets knocked down to the inside by Wonder Wheels. Wonder Wheels recycles Stoner back to the back of the pack. Jackson now coming back up on a scoring lap as Stoner escapes at the front and puts on the speed to get out of the pack. Jackson goes down in a pile up there and calls it off before Stoner can actually get back into putting points on the board. 3 points by Jackson before calling it off. 228-102. And Meat Cat and Ella on the line. Ella and Meat Cat, your jammers. Meat Cat down on the ground there at the back of the pack for just a moment, recovers quickly, and Ella is up at the front of the pack, has to get past Creature. And does so. Ella out of the pack with lead status for Sacramento. Meat Cat still in the pack on the inside of the track there. Managed to slide out there right after turn 2. And I'm not going to say who's headed back to that ACS penalty box. And Ella spinning around there trying to get past that very effective Sierra tripod. Calls it off as Meat Cat slides out of the pack. We've got 3 points on the board for Sacramento in that last jam. 4 points on the board for Sierra Regional. 105-232. Oh, Ada Shovelace on the line for Sacramento with Gray Goose for Sierra Regional. Ada trying to go to that outside, finds that Sierra Regional wall there, that tripod that moves very rapidly back and forth. Oh, yeah, Tentacruel on the ground, small, trying to get as small as they can. Ada Shovelace actually just shoving those blockers out of her way and out of the pack. Oh, a back block being called. Unfortunately, that does mean that with the Star Pass, we will be going through a full 2-minute jam here. Wonder Wheels taking that star for Sierra Regional. At this point in the game, this 2-minute jam is going to feel real long for everyone out there, skaters and officials alike. That pack just kind of holding steady there at the apex between turns 3 and 4, letting Alice do all the work and get back up there before they set. And there's no pack being called, so they do have to let Alice Wonder Wheels through. She puts 4 points on the board. That's the second pass through the pack, so it's a total of 8 points so far. And I don't think I see anybody in the penalty box, so it is a full pack out there on the track. Ada Shovelace at the back of the pack, looking around to see if there's an opening she can get past that spinning tripod. Alice through the pack again, puts another 4 points up on the board. I'm hearing whistles out there. It looks like somebody may be headed to that penalty box as the jam comes to its natural conclusion at 2 minutes. Yeah, but looks like Sacramento is going to start with a blocker over in the penalty box, but she is not going to be alone. We got both Boss Taco and Dobby Soxum hanging out in that ACS penalty box for the first 30 seconds of this jam. We got Watts out there with Jackson. Everybody kind of packed up there at the pivot line. Watts looking to that inside line, trying to get past Machina and Stormy. Jackson goes to the outside, slides through like there's nobody even there. Jackson has lead status. Watts looking at that package just coming around. Jackson goes down to the outside and calls it off. 105-244 with 2 minutes 15 seconds left on the game clock. We got Stoner on the line for Sacramento. Stoner has been an incredibly successful jammer for them today. Stoner and Meat Cat exchanging some absolutely lovely sportsmanship there with some high fives. I hear Platinum Punch in the house, cheering for Stoner. And Meat Cat is out of the pack first as Smack Lotus holding on to Stoner as long as possible there. Stoner now out of the pack as well. Both jammers now on scoring laps. That ACS penalty box almost completely clear. Looks like Sacramento is still going to start with one person in that ACS penalty box. It happens to be their pivot this time out. Jackson coming to the line with Ella. Sierra Regional has a full pack out there. We have less than a minute and 10 seconds on the clock. That whistle blows. We had 1 minute, 2 seconds on the clock. Jackson to the inside is out of the pack. She is just so good at finding that opening and taking advantage of it. However, Ella is out of the pack now as well, only half a lap behind-ish. Jackson takes a spill at that same spot. I believe that's the third jam in a row that Jackson's gone down at that spot and called it off. 38 seconds left on the game clock. It looks like we will put one more jam out there, and we've got Kit coming to the line with Chile her out. Sacramento starting with a blocker in the ACS penalty box, I believe. Kit finds that opening on the inside and slides out. Score is currently 105-248. The game clock has run out. At this point, Kit can call the game at any time she chooses. However, Chile Hair Out has just gotten a penalty and we'll head to that ACS penalty box, giving Kit a power jam. Pack standing still, waiting for Kit to get back to them at turn 2. Sacramento holding on to Kit. Freckles pushing her out to the inside with that moving tripod that has been so effective for all of the blockers throughout this game. Kit goes down on the inside, comes back up, and looks to go around the outside. Round the outside, round the outside. And Kit puts 4 more points on the board, bringing Sierra up to 256. We do have a star pass on Sacramento now to Dies. Dies is now your jammer and gets recycled back to the back of the pack there. Puts that star on and is gonna try to get through the pack. We got about 30 seconds left on the game clock. Dies now has to get past. Dies has to get legally past those Sierra blockers. She goes back to the back of the pack rather than risk any kind of cut. And all she's got to get past is Stormy. However, Stormy is very good at moving on that track. And Kit finally calls it off after putting 12 points on the board, bringing Sierra Regional to 260. Sacramento Roller Derby 105. It's unofficial, but I'm going to say Sierra Regional Roller Derby taking the win this afternoon. Waiting for that rolling whistle. Is it a truck? Toyota truck. Hey, if you have a Toyota truck with the license plate 01601K2, you are parked in front of our door and you need to move immediately. 01601K2, Toyota pickup truck. Go move your car immediately. You are parked in front of our doors and that's a big no-no. You will be towed. how I did that. All right, folks. We got the Jedi versus the Sith today for our junior roller derby. Y'all gonna line up for me? Yeah. Let's go. Ooh, that's the wrong song.
I'm up.
You're up. You gonna go with the light side first?
Huh? Okay.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Platinum. I'm a junior, but I'm out.
You're also not on.
I have. Oh.
Now you're on.
Oh, I'm Platinum, and I am going to be announcing for Sith, and I am a junior on the juniors team because, well, and I'm out.
Now introduce your skaters.
We have 007 Maria. We have 1-4 Shark Bite. 16 She Wolf. 2-8 Sweet and Sour. 2-9 Pong. 3-3 Percy Smackson. 404 Asteroid. 444 Trash. 727 Radioactive. 789 Bumblebee. 909 Chunky Salsa. 999 Chaotic Goth.
All right, folks, make some noise for your Sith team. And skating in the white jerseys for the Jedi today, we have number 008 Adira. Number 021 Carnage. Number 13 Danger Mouse. Number 148 Claire. Number 18 Treble. Number 2 Noodle. Number 302 Ziggy Stardust. Number 333 Cherry Bomb. Number 415 Mantis Shrimp. Number 777 Athena. Number 911 Lightning. And number 916 Heartbreak Havoc. Folks, make some noise for our juniors today. We got Jedi versus Sith, the Battle of the Ages. Not their actual ages, the years. Never mind. Whenever you guys are ready, we're ready to skate. Right? Are you guys ready, juniors?
Yay!
If you weren't here at the beginning and the last name, my name is Calamity Wren. I'm going to be announcing for you today. At my side, I have, for the first time with me, Platinum Punch, representing our juniors.
Hello.
Platinum, have you announced before?
Yes, I have.
All right. So you know to look at each other so we don't talk over each other, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're good then. Otherwise, I will talk the whole time. I'm really bad about it, so, you know. Just reach over and punch me.
Oh, my God. Because my name's Platinum Punch. Yeah.
Yeah. I make bad dad jokes. You're stuck with me. Sorry.
That's fine.
Give me a minute with the music. Can we? All right, that whistle means it is time for Derby. You ready?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. For Sith, we have Pong jamming, and we have Trash as our pivot.
All right, out there in the white jerseys for the Jedi, we have Cherry Bomb starting it off.
And Pong takes an early lead. Pong is the lead jammer from the black team. Yeah.
Bye, Stormy. Drive safe. Or if you're not going to, just don't get caught. That pack now moving around around the apex between turns 3 and 4. Cherry Bomb finally out of the pack there, putting 4 points on the board for the Jedi.
Pong just broke through the pack again for her third loop around, getting 4 points out of the Jedi blockers.
Current score is 8 points Jedi's, 12 points Sith. Yep, as soon as I say that, it changes.
Yep.
Both jammers neck and neck there as they are headed into respectively their 5th pass through and their 4th pass through the pack. It looks like we had a no pass, no penalty on one of Cherry Bomb's passes because that is 11 instead of 12.
Pong calls off the jam. And now we have, who is that? Radioactive? We have Radioactive jamming for Sith.
Danger Mouse coming to the line for the Jedi. All right, that is Danger Mouse out of the pack very quickly. Pack not even getting to the pivot line.
Radioactive breaks through the pack. Danger Mouse is the lead jammer.
We have a destruction of pack being called by our inside pack ref, Rhodes there for number 14,
Shark Bite.
Shark Bite. Both jammers now through the pack, putting up 4 points each.
And break through the pack again, Radioactive.
Danger Mouse right there with Radioactive. So right now, these teams are just tying each other in this jam. There is no winner in this jam yet. One of my favorite things about Junior Roller Derby is there are a lot of 2-minute jams because those juniors just do not call it off.
No. That or they call it off within the first 30 seconds of the jam after scoring just a couple points. Radioactive passes, but she's not through the pack yet.
Danger puts those last 4 points on the board, finally gets the lead in that pack and calls it, not the lead like lead, but gets more points than the other team in that jam and calls it off. Jedi at 29, Sith at 32. It is a 3-point game. You know, every single time I come out here and watch the juniors play here, it is a close game. Noodle jamming for the Jedi.
And Pong jamming for Sith.
Noodle almost gets out at the front of the pack there, gets tangled up. I believe that was with Smaxon.
And Pong is the lead jammer, only getting 1 point out of,
No, so what that was? That is the jammer telling people that they are lead. That was an initial pass. On the initial pass, you don't score points. So now Pong has put 4 points up on the board, and what you'll
There
see
we
is
go.
a 4 like that.
Yeah.
Actually, Pong put another 4 up right as I said that. We got somebody going to the penalty box from the Sith team, I believe, for a multiplayer block. Yep, it looks like the pivot's going to take that hit. Is that your friend Trash in the penalty box now?
Trash switches out for Shark Bite so that Trash can go back to the bench for a break.
So with the juniors, a lot of times they will switch the players out to keep the lines together.
Yeah.
We don't do that for the grown-ups. The grown-ups have to deal.
Yeah.
Carnage out of the pack for the Jedi. Asteroid now out for the Sith as well. Carnage losing lead status. This will be a full 2-minute jam as Carnage goes to that ACS penalty box for a cut. Asteroid still out there in a power jam situation for the Sith. You know, the Sith really like power. So this power jam, gonna be it.
Oh, yeah. Asteroid may look really little, but she sure is mighty, just like Danger Mouse has been.
Oh, yeah.
No
Man,
doubt about it. Yeah, look at that.
the Jedi.
And she breaks
serving-
through.
Yeah, Jedi serving a lot of penalties over there right now. It is a full penalty box on the light side with with the blocker, the pivot, and the jammer currently sitting it out.
And Asteroid makes yet another loop around.
12 unanswered points on the board for the Sith. I told you they like that power jam. Sorry. Star Wars nerd. Also want to give out a shout out to our Twitch stream. I know there are some people out there watching from home, and we just want to say hello and we love you.
Much love.
20 unanswered points by Asteroid in that last jam. That is an incredible jam.
And it looks like we have Percy jamming for the Sith.
And on the light side, Cherry Bomb coming to the line. Score as we head into Jam 5 is 34-60.
The Sith ahead by just under double.
26 points. See, I can math in my head. Not
I
really.
can't.
I literally had to stop and think about that.
Yeah.
Percy Smaxon ahead of Cherry Bomb, but Cherry Bomb is the lead jammer.
Percy gets through the pack almost immediately.
Cherry finding it a little bit difficult to get past those Sith guardians, blockers, guardians.
Very funny. Very, very punny.
Huh?
Very punny.
Well, you know, may the 4th be with you. That jam comes to an end with the Sith putting up 6 points. Look, it says 666 on the board right now. Dun, dun, dun. And the Jedi putting up 4 points, 38-66 now as we head into Jam 6. Ooh, 6 jams, 6 points, 66.
That's quite something. That's a lot of sixes.
It's something, it's something.
6 is my favorite number, but not when there's 4 of them.
Heartbreak Havoc out there jamming for the Jedi.
And
Ooh,
Radioactive jamming for the Sith.
Havoc just literally running out of the front of the pack
Oh,
there.
yeah. And Radioactive right behind her.
Hey, I see Bumblebee out there on the track. Did you know that this is Bumblebee's first scrimmage?
I did. That is wonderful. It's great to see them out there.
It really is.
I watched them in 101, and they've improved a lot since then.
I absolutely love the juniors. They are the future of the sport, and they're where some of the most incredible innovations come from. The apex jump was first done by a junior, because there's no way a full-grown woman's doing that. We love ourselves too much. And now we do it all the time. I say we, but I've never jumped over anything on or off wheels.
If you watch the, what's the Bruins? The Sacramento Bruins, they have Stoner on their team, and Stoner is very famous for doing the apex jump constantly.
Stoner's apex jumps are just incredible. Stoner's jumps in general, and I'm going to say this, and certain people will laugh. Stoner gets so high.
It's true. It's true, though.
All right, we got Claire out there donning the star for the Jedi. Hey, they're wearing stars and Star Wars.
That's so funny. And then we have Percy jamming for the Sith.
Both jammers out of the pack. It looks like Percy has lead status. Yep, there he goes. Percy is the lead. Oh, look at that jammer hitting jammer.
Oh, yeah. We love that competitiveness. Percy makes it through the pack, but gets called on a penalty. What was that?
Well, what I was seeing was a multiplayer block. I didn't know that a jammer could get a multiplayer. I've seen that a couple of times recently, though, so I guess that's something new.
I mean, I haven't played in 2 months, so it may have changed since then, but like a common thing that my team does is the blockers will grab the jammer and pull them through by their arms, and the blockers on the other team aren't allowed to try and break that. But if you're trying to stop the blockers, that's like a different story.
Well, with the multiplayer block, what happens is the blockers are holding on to each other, and it's not possible for a jammer or another blocker to break through that without injuring someone. And that's why we're so careful about those multiplayer blocks. We don't want anybody's limbs being injured.
No.
As you know.
Yes, I am very aware.
I just am not sure how that applies to a...
Agreed. Although Percy makes it through the pack with 4 points up there.
And Adira out there putting 10 points up so far for the Jedi. The Jedi need these higher scoring jams to kind of bring themselves back. It's always the Jedi coming back from the brink of destruction.
Oh, yes. And it looks like we once again have Asteroid out there jamming for the Sith.
Let's see who's coming to the line for Jedi. It looks like it is going to be number 415, Mantis Shrimp. I absolutely love that name. The Mantis Shrimp is one of my favorite sea creatures.
Amazing. Their punches are like...
That's what I was going to say.
You wouldn't think they'd be that crazy and strong, but it's true. They are.
I thank the comic, the Oatmeal, for teaching me about Mantis Shrimp. I know, it's ridiculous. Both jammers out of the pack. It looks like Asteroid got out a little before Mantis Shrimp, so Asteroid is your lead jammer. Oh, Mantis Shrimp slightly recycled back there. Didn't have to go all the way back. Ooh, coming up against Danger Mouse. Asteroid coming up against Danger Mouse there at the front.
Asteroid really putting in those points. Looks like Mantis is through. Asteroid is through again. Don't think she got those last points, though. Oh, yes, she did.
Yeah,
yes, she did.
Absolutely. Asteroid definitely got those. Mantis got out on their qualifying lap, and Asteroid, paying attention, called that off before Mantis could come around and put any points on the board. The score currently stands at 56 for the Jedi, 93 for the Sith. We are about halfway through the first half of the game. So I guess I should say we're a quarter of the way through the game.
Yes.
And we have a timeout being called. I have totally been so wrapped up in the game, I have forgotten that we have ad reads. Sacramento Roller Derby would like to thank all construction services for their work on our beautiful bear house. None of this would have been possible without them. And let me just tell you from experience, I have been in a lot of venues throughout Northern California and Nevada. Sacramento's bear house is the only one that actually provides individual locker rooms, such an incredible announcing setup. The setup here is just wonderful. We are so lucky to have this facility.
Honestly, while I'm just sitting here announcing, I'm silently thinking to myself, it's crazy how awesome, with these nice headphones, the nice mics, how we can hear each other.
I know, isn't that wild?
It is.
There is a dance party happening out there on the jammer line. I always enjoy seeing a good dance party. It looks like it is going to be a power jam start for the Siths as Pong pops out with lead status during the power jam.
Looks like it.
I believe that penalty was assessed to the Jedi jammer during the break there. I think that's why we had a little bit longer break.
Looks like Pong makes it through again. And the jammer is coming back onto the track for Jedis.
Adira rejoining that pack right as Pong calls it off. Pong putting up 8 points, taking the Sith over that century mark.
And for our next jam, looks like we have, who is that? Is that Shark Bite?
Number 1-4. And Danger Mouse out there in 1-3. It's 13 versus 14. I do just want to call out, Bumblebee out there has one of my favorite numbers in the whole wide world, 789, based on a terrible joke. Why are all the other numbers afraid of 7?
Because 7, 8, 9.
That's right. Danger Mouse is your lead jammer. However, Shark Bite is not going to let Danger get those points easily. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Shark Bite sprints through and puts those points up there.
And Danger Mouse right behind Shark Bite getting out of that pack. Points are now, well, Shark Bite just did it again.
Yep.
Danger behind in the pack, however, still lead jammer. Could call it off at any time, but Danger has a history of going that full 2 minutes.
Yes.
It's fine. Do the full 2-minute jams while you're young and you have all the energy to do that.
Yep. Wild enough, I don't think I can recall any time that going the full 2 minutes has gotten Danger in any sort of trouble.
Oh, no, it never would.
She's just that good.
Shark Bite has now put 16 points on the board to Danger's 12. Danger tangled up there behind that wall of Sith blockers, has now gotten out and put another 4 points up. However, Shark Bite did manage to get out first. So although both jammers put up a lot of points, 16 and 16, it really didn't change the difference on the board. Oh, looks like Sith put up, I looked at you, they added 4 more.
Yep.
So 2016 in that last jam. The score is now 121 for the Sith, 72 for the Jedi. 12 and a half minutes left in the first half, and we are headed into jam 11. Athena jamming for the Jedi. Chunky Salsa jamming for the Sith. Chunky Salsa out of the pack first, takes lead status for the Sith. And it looks like Athena got recycled back to the back of the pack there for just a moment. Athena now out on their qualifying lap. And Chunky Salsa out on a scoring pass has put 4 on the board.
Salsa, what is lead jammer, so I guess a lap and a half ahead of Athena. Ooh, takes a hard fall, but is back up on her feet. Let's see, can she make it through?
And it looks like Trash is going to ACS penalty box for another failure to reform. So there was a no pat called there, as all of the blockers from both teams were in their own little groups. And as soon as that's called, you got to get back together. And Percy Smaxon going to the ACS penalty box for a multiplayer.
Percy has his head down in shame. And Trash is standing.
And Pong now joining Percy in that penalty box. The Siths showing their dark side a little now.
Oh, yeah. Laser, the coach for the Sith, was momentarily telling Salsa to call it off, but Salsa didn't, and looks like she got points for it.
Yep.
Maybe she'll get another 4. Let's see.
And we do have a successful star pass on the Jedi to Cherry Bomb. 4 points on the board in that last jam for the Jedi, bringing them up to 76.
But we got 11 up there for Sith, bringing them up to 132.
All right, we have
Asteroid jamming for the Sith.
and 021, oh, maybe just 21. Carnage jamming for the Jedi. We do have a timeout being called right now. Empire Comics Vault and Hot Sauce owner Ben Schwartz is the longest running supporter of roller derby in Sacramento. His website offers Savings Club where you get discounts on novels, merchandise, and access to exclusive members only sales. To sign up, go to empirecomics.com. When you visit Tor's Quad Shop, you'll receive quality service backed by 18 years experience in skating by the owner, That One Ref. Hi, Tor. Hi, Tor's puppy.
Bolt.
Bolt and I are friends, but Bolt likes to stick his nose in my dress.
Yes.
When I have my poofy skirts on. Asteroid is your lead jammer.
Making through on her qualifying lap and going for her
Oh, look at that opening right there.
Yep, and right through. Like there's not a care in the world.
That right there is what a jammer loves to see.
Oh, yes.
And we did have a successful star pass to Danger Mouse. However, it looks like Danger got sent to that ACS penalty box. I did not see what the call was for. Sometimes if I say that, the refs will catch it and they'll show me, but not today. That pack holding steady at the apex between turns 3 and 4 as Asteroid approaches. Ooh. Havoc trying to stop Asteroid there at turn 4. Asteroid just dodged.
Yep. Asteroid and Havoc are siblings, and they're on opposite sides right now, so they got to go up against each other.
I love when siblings skate against each other. The level of competitiveness and just downright ferocity is incredible.
Like Adira and Percy. They're on opposite sides right now.
Oh, see, I didn't know they were siblings.
Oh.
You are a font of information today, Platinum. All right, that whistle means that jam comes to an end. The Sith put up 16 unanswered points in that last jam. Incredible jam for Asteroid.
Oh, yes. And it looks like we have Trash jamming for the Sith, starting on the left side, which actually, now that I think about it, all the Sith have been starting on the right side.
They have been. And we've got Adira out there jamming for the Jedi. No, well. This is the first time I've heard the music in a while, though.
And Pong gets a penalty. I did not see what that was for. I keep missing the penalties.
That's okay. Pong's not going to be by themselves for long because Claire is going to go over there and join them in that ACS penalty box. Adira is your lead jammer and has put 4 points on the board for the Jedi in this jam. That pack holding steady there. Moving, but moving slowly. Making it easier for Adira to rack up those points.
And let's see. Yep, Trash makes it through the pack for their 4 points.
Adira has put 8 points on the board so far for the Jedi and is back in the pack looking to increase that number. Claire returning to the track from the penalty box, sliding up to the front to try to help with some defense and hold on to Trash. And it is a power jam for Trash now.
Let's see how many points Trash can rack up. Oh, Trash attempts a star pass to Salsa, and it was not very smooth, but let's see if it
Looks like it was
followed
successful because the refs aren't telling Salsa, Chunky or Salsa?
Salsa.
Aren't telling Salsa to return it. And that jam comes to its natural conclusion after 2 full minutes. Each team putting up 8 points in that last jam, 84-156.
Let's see, who will be jamming next? I think that is going to be Radioactive for Sith, just from what I'm seeing on the bench.
Urban Flex and Flow, formerly Urban Flex and Fitness, is a fitness, yoga, and wellness studio committed to community connection and accessibility. Their studio can be found at 6442 Fair Oaks Boulevard in Carmichael. We have an official review being called. That means somebody wants to either get... it looks like the Jedi have a question about a previous... While they're doing this, I do want to give a shout out to our officials out there during this, our second game of the day. We have our head ref, Rhodes Warrior, inside pack ref, Panic at the Lolo, jam refs, TNT and Grease Lightning. We have OPRs, Rink Rat, Bio Bombshell, and Loma's Trouble. For our HNSO, we have Matador. That's our head non-skating official. Our jam timer out there is Pyro. For PLT, penalty lineup tracking out there in the middle, we have Cyber Demon and Matador. Our scoreboard operator is not listed. Oh, hi, Dawn. I didn't see you there. Hi, it's nice to see you. I love you. They took the other one out, but didn't put your name in. I'm just going to give Matador all kinds of harassment about that because he's the one who gave me the paperwork.
I was personally informed to give a shout out to Chunky Salsa.
Who's giving a shout out to Chunky Salsa?
Me.
You are?
She told me to before the game. She said, you better shout me out somewhere.
Oh, okay. And then scorekeeping, we have Sydney Vicious and Barry. In penalty box, managing it, we have Peachy Michi. Our penalty timers are Gigi and Miss Hell. Thank you so much to our skating and non-skating officials. Y'all make some noise for these folks. Without these people, roller derby does not happen. Also want to give a shout out to our medics sitting here in front of me. I am so happy you're here, but I am so happy you're not busy.
Yeah, we're glad you just sit there and do nothing.
Test.
Whoa.
Test. White called an official review asking for the cut penalty on their jammer. to be rescinded because of the initiator falling, but the call will stand because they did cut 2 of their own teammates and 1 opposing blocker.
That was Rhodes.
Thank you, Rhodes. We appreciate that.
We love you, Rhodes. We love you, Rhodes. She knows she's not.
I had forgotten that I gave them a mic for a second, so I couldn't figure out who was talking.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking to myself, like, wait, what?
Who is that? It actually saves me from having to leap up and run out into the middle of the track. That is the only time you will ever see me run.
I'd do it. If I were here and you needed that, I'd do it. I love holding a mic in front of people. It's fun. Stage fright is very uncomprehendable to me. Like, it's hard for me to process that people are scared to be on stage.
I suffer from extreme stage fright and anxiety until I have a mic in my hand. Out there jamming for the Jedi, we have Lightning.
And for Sith, we have Radioactive. And Radioactive is the lead jammer.
With just under 5.5 minutes left in the first half, our score currently stands at 87-156, with those Sith out in a significant lead, almost twice the amount of points.
And Radioactive just scored 4 points in her first scoring lap.
Lightning still stuck in the back of the pack there, getting held onto, I believe that is Bumblebee.
Bumblebee and Goth.
And a very tiny skater.
Yes.
Is that?
That's Bumblebee, Goth, and Mouse.
No. Mouse is on the other team.
Oh.
That's Asteroid, right?
Yes.
Yes. Oh. Lightning gets a cut and heads to that ACS penalty box. However, Radioactive was already sitting down, so we had a jammer switch there. We had a power jam switch, actually.
There we go.
Because you can't have Derby without a jammer on the track. It's just not fun.
And
well, I mean,
Radioactive
it is fun.
going right back to the box.
So what that means is that Lightning will now get released, and Radioactive will only sit the same amount of time that Lightning sat. So this will be a real short penalty for Radioactive.
Yes.
And it looks like we did have a successful
takes a
star
hard fall.
pass to Danger Mouse with 7 seconds left on the clock. Will Danger make it up to the pack with that cover on?
Does not look like it.
Nope.
That was a pretty much kind of a slow jam for this just jam period, because the Jedis scored 0 points, the Sith scored 6 points. The Sith is still ahead by a lot. Oh my gosh. Oh, we have Pong jamming for the Sith. And we have, who is that? We have Cherry Bomb jamming for the Jedis. Pong makes it through, becoming lead jammer. Let's see if she can get her scoring lap in.
Out there for the Jedi, we have Cherry Bomb. Cherry still in, just now coming out of the pack on her qualifying lap.
Let's see if Pong can make it all the way through. Oh, yeah.
There was some hopping going on there. I can't
Yes.
see that part of the track because Laser is directly in front of me.
Yeah, Laser down in front.
Laser.
Laser down in front.
I can never get the bench's attention when I can't see.
Unbelievable. And Pong makes it through once again. Let's see if she gets, yep, she got 8 up there.
Cherry has gone through once and put 4 up on the board. And it looks like we're going to go for a stash here, which, nope.
Let's see.
So I'm going to say that stash, okay, she got 4 points.
Pong is still running strong. I mean, she looks pretty tired, but she's got it. Yep, gets another 4 points racked up there. Making it the Jedis having 4 points for this jam and the Sith having 16 with only 20 seconds left on the clock for this jam. And a minute 30 for this period.
Very good. And that pack is just coming to a stop there as it is a power jam for Pong. And they're going to let Pong do all the work.
Yep. Let's see, does she get any points for that? Nope.
91-182 with a minute left in the half.
The Sith is exactly double the Jedi's points.
Oh my gosh, they are.
Yeah.
We have an official timeout being called. What a perfect time for me to do some ad reads. That means I have to put my old lady glasses on. All right, Low Chiropractic is on a mission to provide top quality chiropractic care at a fee that makes getting out of pain and maximizing your health affordable and accessible. Dr. Aaron Lowe is our league's exclusive chiropractor, and his office can be found at 5301 Madison Avenue in Sacramento.
This way. We have to do the announcing. She's going to announce for everything. Say something real quick. Oh, come back here.
I can't make that work.
Which one?
Here, there you go.
What's up, Bear House? The jerks are in the house.
Woo.
Jerk Street Tacos is here until about 7:30 tonight, serving tacos, brats, taco bowl, jerk wraps, wings, rice and peas. It's nice and savory, great flavor.
And keto tacos if you want to give them a
And
challenge.
keto tacos.
My mom had those.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. We learned how to make some keto tacos. They're fabulous.
They are.
Yep.
She will not stop talking about them.
Cool,
I
cool.
cannot get enough of these tacos.
We are so happy to be here, that you welcomed us into the Bear House,
Yeah, you want it?
and we'll see you later.
Have in mind.
See you outside.
Watts cannot get enough of these Jerk Street tacos.
We love it.
Thank you.
Of course, I'm going to go ahead and have some.
Girl, I could not make it through these games without Jerk Street.
Not at all.
The only time I will willingly call myself a jerk. Okay, that's not really true. Sometimes I am a jerk, but I try not to be.
All right.
So we got 30 seconds left on the jam clock. The game clock has actually elapsed. We got 8 and 8 on the board. The Jedi about to cross that century mark. The Sith very close to that second century mark. Jedi going over that mark as Danger Mouse puts 12 points up on the board so far in this jam.
And now Sharkbite has put 12 points up for the Sith.
That is right.
Let's see if the Sith can
Laser
reach
Wolf, you gotta
200.
quit
Nope.
wandering back and forth in front of me.
Halftime.
We are at halftime. This is a great opportunity to
wanna
go
make
out
mad.
and get your Jerk Street tacos. They are amazing. I just got handed a taco. I've been having a taco bowl between announcing.
Empire's Comics Vault here in Sacramento, California. And this is my buddy, Hot Pepper Pug, and the sleepy old girl, Captain Dylan Hunt. We are here to tell you how excited we are about Sacramento Roller Derby and about the fact that they are playing again. It is so exciting. We're looking forward to getting the Empire's Comics Vault teams back together so we can go down and enjoy it. And we wanted to offer all of you something special for being supporters of the Sacramento Roller Derby. As the longest local Sacramento supporter of
I'm on. You're not. Wait, no, that's not us. That's that one out there. We're good. We're good. I'm on. This is me.
Oh, okay. Chillin'.
I also love that the refs kind of make it fun.
Yeah, right?
I've seen them do the Macarena.
Yeah. That's roller derby for you.
Roller derby is the only sport that I'm actually interested in enough to know anything about it.
Yeah, right?
My coworkers, they'll do these like sports pools and ask me to participate, and I'm like, I don't know enough about what season are we in?
Right.
I usually just go sports ball. Because I don't know. Are we baseball, basketball? It's not football season because it's May. Is it baseball season or basketball?
What? I think it's
Baseball. It's
yeah.
baseball.
Yeah. I only know because I have a lot of baseball friends. I have a lot of gay baseball friends, and they don't stop talking about baseball, and it's like, they talk about it all the time, but they talk about it extra during baseball season.
That is true. That does happen. And we're getting back to it. The Jedi at 104, the Sith at 197.
And we have Trash jamming for the Sith, and automatically, right off the bat, gets through the pack for their qualifying lap.
However, Adira jamming for the Jedi. That was good. Adira jamming for the Jedi is not going to give Trash any kind of leeway. We have pizza delivery?
Yes, Watts gives me pizza because I'm amazing. And they're also amazing.
All right, then.
Thank you, Watts. You're amazing. Oh, thank you.
That was still very clever, Watts. All right. Both jammers have made it through the pack one full time, putting 4 points on the board for each team. Trash Panda still your lead jammer. And look at that. Adira through on the inside, puts another 4 points on the board for the Jedi.
And Trash seems to be struggling a little bit.
Looks like those Jedi may have had a council during the halftime.
Oh my god. I'm trying to think of like a Star Wars joke, but I don't watch Star Wars, so it's like, no. Like, I've watched like 2 of the movies.
You have to understand I am old and I am nerd. So Star Wars is one of my favorite things in the world.
I'm a nerd, but not that kind of nerd. I feel like if I really got into it, though, I'd really like it.
Well, it depends on what flavor of nerd you are. Are you an anime flavor nerd?
I'm like 3 different flavors combined. Like, I like D&D. I like How to Train Your Dragon. Stuff like that. What?
I'm a D&D nerd.
I thought you were like telling me to stop. I was
No,
like,
I was giving you a high five.
Oh yeah.
Adira putting up 16 points in that last jam. Well done.
Trash putting up 11. I thought it was 8, but it's 11.
Oh yeah, she snuck those last 3 points in right there at the very end.
Oh yeah.
That was a great jam.
Oh yes.
Danger Mouse coming to the line for the Jedi.
And Radioactive jamming for the Sith.
I want to sing that song every time we say her name. From Imagine Dragons. I know I'm not that old.
Radioactive. Yeah. Danger's the lead, and Radioactive makes it through for her qualifying.
Qualifying or initial.
I was trying to figure out if I missed something. Or
I believe it should actually be initial pass now. I can't. They changed it on me, but I can't remember which one's correct.
initial sounds more right to me. I don't know.
We'll go with that. Somebody will correct me.
Yep.
Look at that on our Twitch stream. ACRD Fresno sending out some love, saying that this derby is just what they need on a Saturday afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Bio Bombshell and Sydney Vicious also getting some love on our Twitch stream. Those are respectively one of our skating officials, one of our outside pack refs, and one of our scorekeepers.
We love you, Twitch.
Noodle coming to the line for the Jedi. I think this is maybe this first time that we've seen Noodle jam today, possibly the second.
Second.
I did talk about Noodle once earlier today. I thought so.
I remember because she took a really hard fall.
Oh,
And then
that's right.
We got Pong jamming for the Sith and lead jammer.
Ooh. Man, that was an immovable object getting hit by an unstoppable force there as Pong came into the back of the pack. Not Pong. Noodle came into the back of the pack. Both jammers putting up 4 points now, and the pack coming to a stop at turn 3, waiting for the jammers.
Pong breaks through again.
That was a beautiful little spin to get through there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Noodle going to the ACS penalty box for a back block, giving Pong a power jam.
Where's Pong? Let's see. I don't know if Pong made... Yep, Pong scored 4 points before the whistle was called.
That's a great time to call it, though, because with Noodle in that ACS penalty box, it means that a fresh jammer's coming out to the line, and we'll start in a power start.
Yeah. Let's see. And we have, starting off for Sith, we have Shark Bite. Taking off a quick start right through the pack. Shark Bite is the lead jammer. What does Shark Bite's short say? I can't tell.
It is hot to go.
Oh, yeah.
Which I'm not going to point out on a junior.
I'm glad I did then.
Glad you pointed it out. That particular song is the current roller derby anthem. I am required to play it at every single derby thing I go to.
Oh my God. I mean, I understand that. I didn't know Chapel was like a roller derby fan though. Or is it just like that?
It's the derby. Derby skaters are fans of Chapel Roan.
Yeah, definitely. And Shark Bite makes it through again, still maintaining lead.
Looks
and
like
calls it off.
we did have a Carnage come back to the track there. Hey, I don't know if you know this, but this is Carnage's first derby public event, and we just want to give you a shout out. You're doing a great job, Carnage. There was major eye contact there, so I needed to follow through.
Low-key.
That was kind of intimidating. It's a little scary when derby skaters make that kind of eye contact with you and you're not a skater.
You know what's even scarier? When you're on the track and you got hit down, or you hit down someone on the other team and they now resent you, and then they give you that look before you start. That's like, oh God, I'm screwed.
One of my favorite starts I ever saw. It was the Outlaws Bandits, and it was Pikachu and Flash, who are siblings.
Oh my gosh.
And Flash comes up and she's just absolutely focused, like laser focused. And Pikachu looks at her right before the whistle blows and goes, and their mom is out in the audience just giggling maniacally. We are doing an official review right now, so I'm going to take a moment to talk about one of our sponsors. Empire Comics Malted Hot Sauce is the longest-running sponsor of roller derby in Sacramento. Ben Schwartz not only included our skaters in an original comic book, but we're also in a children's book about his pugs. See them both for yourself the next time you visit the store at 1120 Fulton Avenue in Sacramento. Dude, have you seen the book? It's so cute.
No, but I have to. I was just thinking to myself that. Let's see. If you're looking for roller skates to start your roller derby journey or some casual street skating, start at Tours Quad Shop, 2309 K Street, 101 inside Boulevard Skate Shop, or find them here in Vendor Alley. or just say hi to Tor's baby, because the doggy is the cutest thing ever.
I think the next time I come out, I might actually bring my pitty with me.
Oh, I love pit bulls.
His name is Homer. He's a house hippo.
Oh,
And he is, like when I got a pit bull, I expected that high energy "Whoa," that you always see. No, he's a marshmallow. He really doesn't want to do anything but lay down.
yeah. See, I really want a pit bull, but my grandparents told me that if we get a pit bull, they're never coming to visit. And
They have such a bad reputation. They're such sweet and loving animals.
definitely. You know, everyone can have their opinions, but very different. What's the...
Adira, can you move to one side for me?
Black team called an official review asking for a high block penalty to be assessed to a white blocker for making contact to the black jammer's face. Upon review, we did find that contact was made and the penalty is being assessed. Black does retain the official review.
Thank you, Rhodes.
Thanks, Rhodes. We love. Rhodes is the best.
Rhodes is pretty awesome.
Let's see. We have pong jamming for the Sith.
And Cherry Bomb out there for the Jedi.
And it looks like we are working with 23 minutes on the halftime clock, or just the clock in general. Not the jam clock, but like the regular clock.
Game clock.
Game clock, yeah.
Or period clock, whichever.
Same thing.
Cherry Bomb slides out of the pack a little wildly, but doesn't matter because it still got him out of the pack first and got lead status, but Pong is right behind them.
Yes. Actually, like trailing behind. Thinking to go for a hit? No? Okay.
Pong is more likely to do that squirrely little thing to get around them.
Yeah. Definitely a water jammer. Which is like very like you slip through the pack versus firing through the pack with brute force.
Yes, they're very fluid and move agilely through the pack as opposed to the fiery jammers who just knock the bejesus out of anybody in their way.
Yeah. Like we learn about like 4 types of jammer styles: the water, the air, the earth, and the fire. And it's like water and
So
water
very-
and fire are opposite, but like earth is like you just push through as long as you can, and then air is like I can't describe it. It's just like it's like water, but
Heartbreak Havoc out there jamming for the Jedi.
and we have Asteroid jamming for the Sith, although Heartbreak is the lead jammer.
Heartbreak, yes, taking that lead status. The Jedi looking to make a comeback here, as Jedi are wont to do.
Yes. They are working their way back up. And Asteroid trails behind Heartbreak. Sibling combat there.
Heartbreak takes a spill there at turn 3 and calls it off from a knee, actually.
For a while, I thought I wasn't allowed to do that.
All right, we got trash on the line for the Sith. And Adira back out there for the Jedi. 008, one better than James Bond. Oh, we have a very quick star pass on the Sith. However, it does not look like that was a legal star pass, so we're going to have to return it to the original jammer.
And pass it right back.
Pass it right back.
Once again, sibling fighting and rivalry, because Percy is trailing behind. I think he's going to go for a hit. He would. Maybe not, though. Okay. Oh, and falls.
Adira back up here in the front pushes past those Sith blockers and puts 4 on the board for the Jedi.
And Percy's being held well by, I can't tell who that is. Who is that?
However, Percy's getting some very great offensive help from Trash. Literally wrapped Percy up in her arms and just carried him
That's
through
what
that
I'm talking
path.
about, carrying through the path.
That was amazing.
Oh, yes.
Dara's bench coach is calling for her to call it off, but she is not hearing it focused out there on the track.
Too late.
8 and 8 on the board in that last jam. 158-252. 19 and a half-ish minutes left on the clock as we head into jam 8.
Looks like Laser's just chilling out there.
I mean, when your team's ahead by almost 100 points.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, I'm not a coach, but
Mantis Shrimp back out there for the Jedi.
and we have Asteroid jamming for the Sith. Again, I feel like she was just jamming. And she is lead jammer.
Going through that pack like an asteroid.
Oh, yeah.
There's a Star Wars joke in there about the asteroids not being asteroids, but I don't really know what it is. Both jammers engaged in the pack still. We got Danger Mouse taking the star and smacking Asteroid out of the way.
Oh, yeah. And Asteroid is back up.
But lost a full half a lap.
Jeez.
Asteroid
she
making that
redeems
half a lap
herself.
back up very quickly.
With a little shove from Sharkbite, she is getting redemption.
Number 789, Bumblebee, headed to that ACS penalty box for a cut. Congratulations, Bumblebee. I believe this is your first penalty. Woo!
Yay!
I always tell juniors, if you're not getting penalties, you're really not skating hard enough.
Okay.
I tell the women that too.
I think I've like done too many penalties and like been cut out once.
That's called fouling out.
Yeah.
Or
fouled out
if
once.
I'm feeling kind, I will say the skater has been promoted to an audience member.
Yeah.
I usually say that with juniors because I don't want to hurt any juniors' feelings.
I mean,
Y'all are sensitive.
I'm not sensitive. I'm not sensitive. According to the medics, I handled getting hurt like a champ. So.
As someone who was actually there and saw you get hurt, yeah, you did.
Yeah, my teachers were there for that, so.
It was like right here on this corner, wasn't it?
Yes.
Like it happened right in front of me.
Yeah. It's interesting because at school people don't believe me when I say fractured my hip, and then I have to go get my teachers, and they'll be like, "Yes, I was there. I was there. I saw it all."
Like you're so young for a broken hip.
Yeah, right? Like grandpa. Whatever, dude.
Okay, old person.
Yeah, like, oh my god. Like, leave me alone, man. Let's see how you feel.
We have another official review being called by the Jedi this time.
Oh, yeah. And never mentioned, Trash seems to be the Sith captain, and Claire is the Jedi's captain.
Very nice call out there. Be sure to join us at the Limelight for the after party following our third game tonight. After party is open to all ages until the kitchen closes at 11. Then anyone under the age of 21 will have to leave at 11. The Limelight is located at 1014 Alhambra Boulevard in Sacramento.
I wonder who else is going.
Anybody who wants to try to win the after party is going to go.
Oh, yeah.
I will not be going.
I mean, it's a Saturday night. I might as well go. I mean, I'll ask.
You
mother.
might as well ask your parent if you can go.
That's true, but also, you know, I'm included. I am included.
While our skaters visit Lowe's Chiropractic for their sports-related injuries, Dr. Lowe also works with patients suffering from chronic pain, personal injury, headache, and auto accidents. Find them on your favorite social media platform or visit lowchiropractic.com. Remember, if you're feeling peckish and you don't want jerk street tacos, which you would be a fool not to, we do have a snack bar here where you can get some chips and soda, and I believe some frosty beverages of the adult kind, maybe? I'm not really sure about that one.
Also, Coke if you're just a normal.
That's a frosty beverage.
No, I know, but like of the adult kind is not.
I mean, I didn't let my kid drink soda.
I didn't get to drink soda until I was in like 4th grade, except when I like went on sun splash field trips.
Now, mind you, I didn't let my kid drink soda. However, their grandparents were a whole different story.
Oh my God, not mine. I feel like everyone has the 2 sets of grandparents, if they have 2 sets of grandparents, who are like, one of them is like super strict about the food, and the other one's like, eat. Are you hungry? Do you want more soda? Do you want ice cream? Oh, let's just get more ice cream.
When my child and their niece or their cousin were at my mom's house, my mom has a farm, and she left them with my pop and told him they could have whatever they wanted out of this drawer in the refrigerator. He didn't realize that there was a 2-pound bag of Oreos next to the drawer in the refrigerator, and my child and my niece ate 2 pounds of Oreos while my mom was away.
Oh, isn't that fun? Isn't that nice?
White called an official review asking for an illegal contact penalty to be assessed to a black blocker for pushing out a jammer out of bounds during a no pack. With the information, we do agree, and they do retain the official review.
Thank you, Rhodes.
Anyway, 2 small children on 2 pounds of Oreos is not a pleasant experience.
Oh no, I can't even imagine being the kid eating. Like, that's like a pound each. Like, I'm like, after like 10 Oreos, I'm cooked. And I know from experience. All right, we have Trash jamming for the Sith.
And
Actually,
Claire out there for the Jedi.
Trash seems to be struggling a little bit, although knocked Athena down pretty hard.
Claire out of the pack with lead status for the Jedi. Current score is 268-177. We have about 16 minutes and 20 seconds left on the game clock. And if you're keeping track, we are in Jam 9.
Percy coming back to the pack.
Looks like number 909 from the Sith is sitting in that ACS penalty box. Didn't see what it was for.
Can they see us over there? Cameras.
Claire sees Pong getting out of that pack and calls it off. Pong did put up 8 points in that last jam. Claire putting up 4 points.
Now we've got Sharky jamming for the Sith.
That is Carnage out there for the Jedi.
I need to get those shorts. I need to get them. I need to steal them.
Maybe don't announce that you're going to steal them. Oh, quite the pile up there as Carnage takes out a couple of those blockers. Shark Bite out just ahead of Carnage.
Taking lead status.
Carnage putting up, or excuse me, Shark Bite putting up 4 points for the Sith. As Carnage passes that star to Danger Mouse.
Shark catching up to Danger, although Danger is cruising.
Shark sees the writing on the wall there and just calls it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, right.
points on the board for the Sith in that last, unanswered by the Jedi. Current score is 181-284.
It looks like we've got Percy jamming for the Sith.
And Noodle on the line for the Jedi.
Yeah. Fun fact, another sibling fun fact is that Bumblebee and Noodle are siblings.
Aw, and Bumblebee's just joining the sport. That's so cool.
Isn't it?
You know, I saw some hitting happening there, and then there seemed to be some confusion about whether the jam had started or not. Thanks to our ref out there telling them, guys, go, skate.
And let's see, and Percy makes it through the pack.
Yep,
about
we did.
half a lap behind Noodle.
Was that a star pass?
No.
No, Percy did start out as the
They were
jammer.
both starters, yeah.
Noodle is your lead jammer and goes down there on the back straightaway between turns 2 and 3. Man, these jammers in this jam are just getting flung around. It is a brutal jam.
Percy scores another 4 points.
Noodle also putting 4 points up for the Jedi, checking with their bench coaches to see what they want her to do. They tell her to keep going. Smaxon now kind of stuck at the back of that pack as Noodle pushes forward with the Sith blockers up in the front. Whoop. Noodle puts 2 on the board and calls it off for a total of 6, bringing the Jedi to 189.
Looks like we've got Mouse jamming for Jedi.
That is correct.
And Asteroid jamming for the Sith.
The Sith put 7 up on the board in that last jam, bringing them up to 291. Both teams close to crossing the next century mark. Oh, look at those 2 tiny little jammers.
She took a starting hit. Mouse hit Asteroid right off the bat.
Both
And
jammers
gonna go for
using
another hit.
both jammers using that outside
And drove her
lane.
out.
Oof. Both jammers have put up 12 points on the board. I am tangled in my cord. I don't know what's happening. There we go. Both teams now crossing that century mark. 201 for the Jedi, 303, 205 for the Jedi, 307 for the Sith.
And
They messed with me.
We have a fantastical bout shout from Lucas and Sunny to Treble. They say hi.
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 I believe what they actually said
With
was,
much love.
kick some butt and keep hitting.
Yeah, kick some butt, Treble. That's what Lucas and Sunny said.
Yeah, that's what they said. All right, we got a team timeout being called here.
Let's see. What's happening?
That is being called by the Sith, taking a little breather, catching up, seeing how everybody's doing.
Oh, yeah.
Urban Flex Fitness offers TRX and boot camp style workouts along with instructor-led cycling sessions and boxing classes. Visit them online or hit the gym in person at 6442 Fair Oaks Boulevard in Carmichael.
Yes. As of right now, we have just 5 seconds less than, let's just say 10 minutes left on the game clock. And the score is 208 for the Jedis and 311 for the Sith.
All right, that rolling whistle means that team timeout is over and our skaters must return to the track. We got Claire donning the star for the Jedi.
Let's see, we've got Percy jamming for the Sith. See.
I think Claire just popped out with lead status for the Jedi.
Percy is putting up a fight, but not really making a net.
Man, those Jedi blockers have decided this is not the way you pass. I know it wasn't exact. Claire getting through and putting 4 points on as Percy comes through on his initial pass.
Claire attempts an apex jump, but is unsuccessful. Let's see who we have jamming. We have got, is that Sharky? We've got Sharky jamming for the Sith.
And that is Mantis Shrimp back out there for the Jedi. Oh, I see some Bumblebee fans out there in the crowd.
Woo!
I think Bumblebee may actually have their own cheering section out there.
Looks like it.
One of my favorite things to do is make derby signs.
Yeah, right? First time I made a derby sign, they drew me some cardboard and some pens and said, write some fun things. And I was like, okay. And let's just say it was very illegible.
As long as the spirit is there, that's what matters.
Oh, yeah.
I made one time for a skater named I'm a Machine. And it was shaped like a boot or like a skate, but it had like tank tracks on it with wheels inside the tank tracks.
Oh, my gosh.
And I colored it all camo. It was really cool.
That's awesome.
Like I said, I'd really like making signs.
I'm very artistic, but like I get frustrated when it doesn't go my way. So
I want it to be perfect.
Yeah, right.
Mantis Shrimp, actually, your lead jammer. I do believe this is the first time Mantis Shrimp has gotten lead status in this game.
It is true.
I am digging it.
I think
Way to go.
I think this is also, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is also Mantis Shrimp's first scrimmage last game. Let's see, we have Pong jamming for the Sith, and we've got Trash as the pivot. Oh, we've got exactly 7 minutes left on the game clock. And a timeout.
No, I believe that was an official review being called. I believe the Jedi are calling for another official review, and they are actually going to do an official review. Sometimes official reviews, especially with this little time left in the game, are used for a timeout, essentially. But the Jedi still have 2 timeouts, so it'd be weird to use this as a timeout. I don't know what I'm talking about. Never mind. I'm pretty. Sometimes I'm prettier than I am smart.
That's very true. Wait, that sounds wrong, but like, you're
so mean,
pretty. No,
so mean.
I'm sorry. You're so
you know
pretty.
What? When you are co-announcing with me, you have every right to be funny and mean. If you're just mean.
To. I was not trying to.
The sass between announcers is part of the fun.
I was like, my brain was still processing the thing you said
what I
before,
just
like the I'm pretty. My brain was still processing that, so I was like, very true. After you said, sometimes I'm prettier than I'm smart, and then I'm like, oh wait, shoot, I just like.
I totally just said she was dumb. I just saw a really cute sign out there for lightning that said, you felt the thunder, here comes the lightning, I think is what it said.
Oh yeah.
Feel the thunder, here comes the lightning. That is fantastic.
Yeah, that's great.
I am loving the return to homemade signs at Derby.
Amazing.
It is so, like, roller derby is an incredible sport. Absolutely phenomenal. But for a while, we took ourselves really seriously all the time. And I miss the days where there's still incredible athletes on the track, but you can be an incredible athlete and still have fun. And the signs in the audience make...
Trying to find the sweet spot to not get the...
That's not it.
Don't
That's not
aim it at
You know what?
the-
I think it's actually not
don't
me. I
aim at
think
the
it might be you.
speakers.
Okay. White was asking for a high block penalty to be assessed to a black blocker on white blocker. However, we found that the contact was incidental and initiated by the white blocker, so no penalty. The no call will stand.
Not anywhere. The speakers. That's usually
Am I like? Oh, I'm on. Okay.
We'll figure that feedback issue out later.
Yay.
Yeah. It's his job, not mine. Nacho's job, not Calamity's.
Oh yeah.
Don't you love it when we put you under the bus?
Throw you under the bus.
Pong out of the pack with lead status for the Sith. Cherry Bomb jamming for the Jedi. The score is 220 to 323. 6.5 minutes left on the game clock. Anything else I missed?
No, except that my jeans are ripped too much. And now I'm sad. No, it's like ugly ripped.
I could fix that.
Oh my god. I'm like, it's like cute ripped, and now it's ugly ripped.
Looks like
Let's see. Pong breaks through again. Oh yeah.
trouble over there in
the
the
inside.
ACS penalty box.
And now Trash joins her.
It is a power jam right now for Pong.
We've got 6 minutes left on the game clock.
Pong calling that before that power jam comes to an end, so that does mean it'll be brief, but the Sith will start with a power start. Oh, or not.
Yeah,
I guess it came to the end right as the whistle blew.
maybe. I'm not sure. But we've got Asteroid jamming for the Sith.
And that is Heartbreak Havoc jamming for the Jedi. Whoa, Heartbreak Havoc through the pack with lead status very quickly there. Danger Mouse headed to that ACS penalty box right as Carnage returns to the track.
We've got Asteroid. Asteroid is not the lead.
Not the lead. Havoc putting 4 on the board for the Jedi. Ooh, that ACS penalty box just got real busy with a lot of swapping blockers and swapping. Sorry, I just looked over and saw something I didn't expect to see.
But
There are some mustachioed skaters over here.
oh yes.
Heartbreak Havoc and Asteroid through the pack. Now, Heartbreak Havoc getting recycled back there as Asteroid puts another 4 points up on the board.
Asteroid makes it through like right before the call.
Little
Havoc
Miss
calls it a little bit
Trouble.
late.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Heartbreak calls it a little bit after Oh my gosh, asteroid. Makes it through.
There we go. Yeah. 10 points on the board for the Jedi, 16 on the board for the Sith in that last jam, bringing it 233.51. Cherry Bomb donning the star for the Jedi. Sorry.
Got Pong jamming for Sith. Three and a half minutes left on the clock.
Oh Lord, there's more of them.
Oh my God. They look like
I don't know.
they look like their names should be Chad. Like they all look like Chads.
It's a team of Chads.
Exactly. Team Chad.
Pong showing off that agility again there. Not only hopping around backwards out of the pack, but literally hopping to turn forwards. It's just incredible.
Amazing. Like I'm a toe stop hopper, but not like she is. It's like she learned, like instead of learning to walk, she learned to toe stop walk, and it's like crazy.
It's incredible with juniors. Like the women, to a certain extent, have that innate ability to almost like their skates are an extension of their feet. But the juniors, even more so, because they don't have that built-in fear of getting hurt that we develop as we get older. Like kids.
Older.
I said older. Like when you're a kid, you're immortal and you're made of rubber, so you know you're never going to get hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have that experience anymore. You have now joined the league of people who know they can get hurt. I'm so sorry.
I know. I'm like, after I'm healed, I'm like either, so there are two things, one of two things could happen. I could either forever be in fear that something went wrong during the healing process, or I like get broken again because I'm suddenly like, I'm fine.
Carnage out of the pack first, taking lead status for the Jedi.
And Radio is jamming for the Sith, but she's not lead jammer.
However,
And the
she's
chat
only
is
about
back.
half a track behind Carnage. So with the pack going as slow as they are, Radioactive is going to get right back up there.
Oh yeah, the chat is back.
The Chads are everywhere.
They're everywhere. They're like parasites.
Carnage loses that lead status, and there is a star pass on the Sith team. Sharkbite taking that star. Carnage is sitting in that ACS penalty box. Oh, Sharkbite finding an opening there on the inside lane and absolutely flying through. I've heard of flying fish. I've never heard of flying sharks before.
Me neither. That's crazy. It's kind of like I mean, I know they're not sharks, but it's like when swordfish jump out of the water and they look like they're flying.
Oh, dude, those are terrifying creatures.
I love them.
Pack slowing down on the front straightaway as Sharkbite is in there pushing to get past one last Jedi blocker to put another 4 points up on the board. We have 39 seconds on the game clock and on the jam clock.
Yeah, they're even.
I've never seen that.
Me neither. In all my much less years than you of doing roller derby. Although we've got Sharkbite, who
We're
is
calling me
definitely
old
gassed.
again, aren't we? We're calling me old again, aren't we? I will say this is my 20th year participating in roller derby, so I'll take it.
Hey, it's not old, it's experienced.
I'm vintage.
Okay. All right. Ooh. Hard hit from Shark. And going for another one. Oh, never mind. I lied. Okay. That is the end.
That's the end of the game.
The unofficial score is 244 for the Jedis and 371 for the Sith.
I believe that the dark side has taken the win today.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Those are my Siths. I don't watch Star Wars.
It's okay. We're going to give you that. Those are my Sith. Sith is plural as well as singular. What's she apologizing for? Oh, that you got I find my glasses. We're going to start with our visiting team. All right, folks. I am proud to introduce to you NorCal Roller Derby. Number 113, Bad Vibrations. Number 333, Celestial Chaos. Number 713, Charlie Foxtrot. Number 329, Divas McIntyre. Number 9, Kamikaze K. Number 18, Luna Shovegood. Number 158, Oswald Clobberpot. Number 48, Poison Ivy. Number 66, Rebel Rose. Number 530, Shotgun Shorty. Number 55, Shredder. Number 513, Smother Teresa. Number 57, Sorta Toxic. Number 495, Tempest's Fury. Number 2117, Lethal McGillicuddy. Number 222, Little Miss Menace. Number 193, Just Nicole. And number 16, Kill N. Folks, make some noise for NorCal Roller Derby.
And for the Kodiak attacks.
Start again.
Oh. And for the Kodiak attacks, 101, Billy the Squid. 1012, Cocoa Tufts. 1013, Red Tornado. 104, Rock Piper Scissors. 121, M Lethal. 1701, Barry. 1818, Mobile Morgue. 239, Copper Boom. 314, Gen Pop. 315, Freckles. 37, Twitchblade. 5000, Velociraptor. 502, Cha. 510, Smitfire. 619, Boss Taco. 649, Paid Generator. 666, Mantra Hellhound. 68, Dies Irie? Sorry.
Dies, just dies.
711, Bunny Rabbit. 77, Mean Beam. And this is your Kodiak attack.
Make some noise for your hometown heroes, Sacramento Roller Derby. Are y'all ready to skate and hit each other? All right, I don't believe you. Let's try that again. Are you ready to skate and hit each other?
I think they're ready now.
Now they're ready.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Tempest's Fury taking the line first for NorCal, and out of the pack with lead status. We've got Barry Bootylicious on the line, or jamming for Sacramento. They're not on the line anymore. They're actually in the
they're
pack.
already out. They're already on the second turn. Barry goes and gets recycled all the way to the end of the pack.
Fury putting 4 points on the board for NorCal. Ooh, I'm going to get real close to you. Sorry.
Ooh, hello. Barry went and passes the cap to Billy the Squid, and it's now a power jam.
Oh, Fury losing that lead status as they head over to the ACS penalty box. I have not messed that up once today.
And yet you're here with me, and it happens.
You come sit next to me, Watts, and all heck breaks loose.
Yep, it happens. Now we're going to go for a full 2 minutes.
That is correct. Sacramento now putting up 4 points with that star pass.
And Squid is trying to push through, went ahead and stopped in the middle of that 3-wall from NorCal. Barry is assisting with some wonderful offense. Ooh, Dice goes and hits.
Fury to the inside.
There you go.
I don't know if they actually want to be called Fury or Tempest, but I like saying Fury.
I like Fury.
If you tell me what your nickname is, I go with it, but if not, I make it up.
Yep.
You're lucky I don't call you just mean.
I am not mean.
Yeah, but it's just a mean.
Yes. Everybody calls me Jess on WoW.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm playing World of Warcraft. Been playing it for 20 years. So, Billy the Squid puts up 12 points for the Kodiaks.
Fury putting up 10 points for NorCal. Already a great start to this game.
Boss Taco is jamming for the Kodiaks. Did you see that?
Taco jamming?
Yeah, Taco jamming.
I don't think I've seen that. We got Kamikaze K out there for NorCal.
As she shrugs at me.
I mean, she has been a pill to you in the past.
Oh, she's...
Oh, Red taking K all the way back.
Oh, Taco gets leading with the head. Goes right into the ACS penalty box. It's a power jam for NorCal.
Okay, so in her first game of the day, Boss spent a lot of time in that ACS penalty box. I'm hoping we don't see that again here. The mustachioed coaches are dancing, and I don't know what's happening.
But she does have she's smiling really good in the ACS penalty box while she fixes her hair.
I mean, when you have a little break, you got to straighten up a little bit there.
Oh, yeah.
Kay still out there in the pack trying to get I believe that Kamikaze K has gotten through on our initial pass.
Boss Taco comes in the back of the pack, tries to go ahead and finds a hole, gets right through. That's her initial pass. I love how she sways her arms, just like this, while she's going into... Just going.
You know, you got to move your arms when you're jamming. It gives you added speed. At least that's what I'm told. I have never actually skated as a jammer. I barely skated as a blocker. And it's been, 15 years since I did that.
Another 4 points for Boss Taco.
Sacramento's blockers holding on to Kamikaze K, keeping her in that.
No.
Divas McIntyre,
Yes,
as there was a
cap
star
right off.
pass.
Another 4 points for Boss Taco.
Divas McIntyre is absolutely awesome to watch skate.
No, look at Red Tornado holding Diva. Yeah,
Not for long, though.
not for long.
Diva going to take a second jam in a row out there as the pivot.
is that Bunny Rabbit? Yeah.
Bunny Rabbit, it is.
Yeah, that's her first time jamming, and this is her first game.
That is incredible. Shotgun Shorty out there jamming for NorCal.
So Bunny went past that cap to Copper Boom. Copper tried to go through, but it was already forced call off from NorCal.
Current score as we head into Jam 4 is Sacramento 24, NorCal 17. And I believe that is Poison Ivy out there jamming for NorCal in this fourth jam.
And Smitfire for Sacramento Kodiaks. This is Smitfire's first time competing and jamming.
Ooh, that was a solid hit to Smith. I think that was 716. 713. Charlie Foxtrot. Poison Ivy now sitting in that ACS penalty box.
Up.
We are going to have a jammer penalty change, so that is a power jam change. Poison Ivy will be released as soon as Smith hits the box. Smith hits the box. It's going to be a long day.
Coco is out from the ACS penalty box and is now what we call the GOAT. Why is it the GOAT? They just...
You get a goat.
Yeah, you get a goat.
Hey, isn't this Coco's first game?
Yes, it is Coco's first game.
Poison Ivy out of the pack now. Not lead jammer. There will not be a lead jammer. This will be a full 2-minute jam. But that was qualifying lap. Ooh, Smith headed back to that ACS penalty box. This time it was for a cut. And Poison Ivy has put 4 points on the board for NorCal, bringing them up to...
Fire? Yeah. Oh, instead of Smitfire, use fire?
Don't shorten it. If you shorten it, just use fire.
Oh, okay.
So don't use Smitfire?
You can use Smith, but if you shorten it, use fire.
They don't want to...
Then use Smitfire.
No, someone says Smith all of it.
If we say your nickname and you don't like the nickname we choose, please let us know, because we'll say it right. We just don't have that information in front of us.
We try to grab all the resources, but sometimes it's a little hard for us. Velociraptor jamming for the Kodiaks.
Looks like Poison Ivy is in that ACS penalty box as this jam starts. We do have a timeout being called. I think that is an official timeout. This is our third and final game of the evening. After this game, we'll be headed to the Limelight, located at 1014 Alhambra Boulevard in Sacramento. It's open to all ages until the kitchen closes at 11, and then it's 21 and over only.
I'm going to have to wake up my daughter for that one. She already passed out.
It's only, oh wow, it's already 6:30.
It's nap time.
It's only like 2 hours away from my bedtime.
Velociraptor is lead jammer on a power jam.
Absolutely sliding through that pack like it wasn't even there.
No, it was almost like butter.
Like a hot knife through butter.
Like a lightsaber through
Don't
anything.
through anything.
For anything.
Except another lightsaber.
I don't know, when like Darth Maul went ahead and like got
That was a lightsaber through Qui-Gon
Obi-Wan
Jinn.
Kenobi? Oh.
No, through Qui-Gon Jinn. A lightsaber through
yeah,
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Yeah. No, Qui-Gon Jinn went and did that to. Oh no, Obi-Wan Kenobi went ahead and did that to Darth Maul. Like
right, but
butter.
before he did that, Okay,
Oh,
we
yeah.
have to stop.
He went ahead and
Look, it's a tie game.
and Jammer is out for Kodiaks.
Wow.
Just-
Poison Ivy just hauling into that pack, flinging Cha out of the way.
Yeah. But Red Tornado is holding Poison Ivy right at the front. Velociraptor is really trying to find an open hole and calls off the jam.
3 points on the board. Nope,
7.
4 more points on the board, so 7. Sacramento taking back that lead.
And Berry Bootylicious jamming for the Kodiaks.
That is Oswald Clobberpot coming to the line for NorCal.
Never mind, it's Twitchblade. This is Twitchblade's first time jamming for the Kodiaks.
Oh, wow, I didn't know we had new Kodiaks out there, too.
Yeah.
Like, not just new skaters in general, but new Kodiaks?
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing.
Well, this is her first time jamming on the
Oh.
Kodiaks. She's never jammed.
Oh, she's been a blocker for them?
Yep.
Gotta be more clear with me. I'm pretty, not smart.
You're both.
Oh. I am jealous of your makeup today.
It's tattooed on. Well, except for the stuff on my eyes. Who's it? Twitch goes and passes the cap to Copper Boom. Copper Boom is making her scoring pass right now.
Clobberpot, Oswald Clobberpot calling it halfway up, halfway down there.
It's 4 points for Sacramento.
7 points on the board for NorCal. 34-35. This is going to be an exciting game if this is how it's going to go for
Yeah.
the full hour of play.
Did you know Barry can speak conversationally 6 different languages?
Well, that is really impressive. I can barely speak one language.
I know.
Tempest Fury back out there jamming for NorCal and looking for that outside lane. Gets out of the pack first, puts lead status on the board for NorCal.
And Berry Bootylicious is still trying to find that hole, passes it to Billy the Squid, and it was a successful cap pass.
Nicely done, nicely done.
Beautiful.
Gen Pop over there in the ACS penalty box, and I find that so funny. First of all, Gen Pop is an incredibly good name.
Oh, yeah.
As a child of a former correctional officer, it just makes my little heart happy when people get creative like that. But it's also ironic that she's in the penalty
ACS
box and
penalty.
pulled away from the general population.
Boss Tacos jamming for the Kodiaks.
And that is Kamikaze K back out there for NorCal. Kamikaze K going to the inside, getting knocked out by Cha's backside. Taco recycled back to the back of the pack. I think it was Celestial Chaos that brought her back.
Trying to find an outside hole and finally gets out successfully. Right behind her is Kamikaze K.
Kamikaze K put 4 on the board, saw Boss Taco in front of her and called it off. With that 4, NorCal takes the lead.
If you're drinking, this is a good time to go ahead and take another sip.
Of
or three.
water.
I need more electrolytes.
Or electrolytes. Or a frosty adult beverage if you have one of those.
Bunny Rabbit jamming for the Kodiaks.
Shotgun Shorty on the line for... Ooh, nice hopping around there. Shotgun Shorty on the line for NorCal.
Bunny Rabbit is constantly trying to find a hole, is getting hit over and over by NorCal blockers. But Shotgun Shorty is now lead jammer.
No, Shorty is not the lead jammer. Her
Oh.
jam ref is telling us no. So there is still an opportunity for Bunny to get out and get that lead status, and she did.
Yep, but they keep recycling right in front of her, or reforming right in front of her, and hitting her over and over again. Sorry about that. Smetfire jamming for Sacramento.
That's Poison Ivy back out there for NorCal and taking that lead status very quickly. Sacramento's tripod grabbing a hold of Poison Ivy there at the back of the pack at turn 1.
Smetfire gets recycled all the way to the back of the pack.
Red Tornado headed over to that ACS penalty box.
Just think a little bit of what she's doing.
Have a sit.
Smetfire is out of the pack. Gen Pop going to the ACS penalty box.
Poison Ivy putting 4 on the board for NorCal, extending that 11-point lead. I was going to say extending a 15-point lead, but then Sacramento put 4 on the board, so make a liar out of me.
Oh, that was...
Ooh, that was messy.
Yeah. But Coco went and tried to get that hit, got it, fell down as well as...
Poison Ivy.
Yes.
There's a song called Poison Ivy that is stuck in my head right now.
I just think of the DC villain, Poison Ivy.
Yeah, that's because you're a nerd.
Yeah, I am. Velociraptor Wrecker is jamming for Sacramento.
And that is Clobberpot back out there. That's another DC reference.
Clobberpot?
Oswald Clobberpot, also known as the Penguin.
Oh!
Duh. I'm so sad you didn't know.
I do have to, yeah, I kind of knew because...
Come on, there's a whole series about him
Yep.
with
the Penguin with Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell. In that makeup, he is so not Colin Farrell.
That is not Colin Farrell.
I know my Colin Farrell, damn it. Darn
He
it.
was good in, what is it? Freaky Friday? I think it was Freaky Friday, where he was a vampire.
That would be Fright Night.
Oh, Fright Night, yes. Sorry.
Freaky Friday is the
Sorry.
one with Lindsay Lohan. And the body swap with her and Jamie.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah. Okay.
Twitchblade jamming for Sacramento.
I believe that's Tempest Fury back out there for NorCal. Yes, it is. And Fury out of the pack with lead status for NorCal. Current score is 58-39. NorCal in the lead as we are in Jam 12. We're already down to just over 11 and a half minutes on the clock in the first half of the game.
Ooh, Mantra Hahan did a great hit on Tempest Fury onto the outside.
Nice recycle.
Twitchblade passes that cap to Copper Boom, forcing the call off.
NorCal putting 4 points on the board in that last jam, unanswered by Sacramento, 62-39 as we head into the 13th jam. Wahaha.
11 minutes.
Barry Bootylicious showing us why she has that name out there.
Oh, was she doing a little dance?
There's a little Barry booty shaking.
And I missed it.
You
I was
missed
looking
it.
at the scoreboard.
Kamikaze K on the line for NorCal.
See how quick things, like how fast things happen when you're watching roller derby?
You got to have eyes everywhere.
Cha's going to the ACS penalty box.
Cha knows the assignment when it goes to getting to that penalty box. Hurry up and get there.
Sure did hustle.
We are about 30 seconds into this jam and still no lead jammer assessed. As soon as I say that, somebody's going to pop out of the front of the pack.
What do you know?
I am really good at what I do. That is
Barry goes and removes that cap and gives it to Red Tornado.
Kamikaze K on a scoring lap now. Ooh, gets knocked down right there by Coco. I really like Coco's jersey. I can actually read it.
Is it that big? I couldn't see it. Am I squinting? Do I need to squint?
Do you have glasses?
I'm wearing contacts.
Me too. 39:66 with 9.5 minutes on the clock. Boss Taco's coming up to the line for Sacramento. And that is Shotgun Shorty on the line for NorCal. It's my third game of the day. I have no idea what teams are playing at this point. The home team I got.
Yeah. You know that she is in Dollywood season pass holder and will be visiting the park next week. What is Dollywood?
Dollywood is a theme park in, I believe it's Tennessee, that is an homage to Dolly Parton.
Oh, I think she went to that last week.
Oh, it must be an old, like not an old fun fact, but a fun fact she submitted before she went.
Yeah.
I'm going to need to see some pictures.
Now she's lead jammer as she fixes her hair.
Always with the hair.
Yeah. Looking sassy little hands. Here we go.
You know my favorite thing I've ever seen Boss Taco do, and you're going to hate me for this. There was a certain skater dressed as a Sanderson sister with lovely long flowy sleeves. And Taco walked up and was looking at the sleeves and talking about how pretty they were. And while that skater was distracted, Jessamine Sanderson, Taco tied the sleeves in knots and then ran off right as the whistle blew. And caused some cussing to happen, and a penalty
was assessed on me. It was me.
It was you.
It was me.
That was a great game because it was all shenanigans, but that was my absolute favorite moment because I watched it happen and I said, I do believe that Boss Taco is tying. Yep, yes. How did you not see that happen?
Because I turned my head and I was looking at something else. It's kind of like me with squirrels. It's like, wait, that's a squirrel.
Poison Ivy on the line now for NorCal.
And Bunny Rabbit for Sacramento.
Who else do we have out there on the track right now? Ooh.
Poison Ivy is lead jam.
Nicely done. Bunny finds that outside hole, almost gets all the way out and takes a hit from NorCal's Bad Vibrations.
Just looking a little messy out there right now.
It happens, it happens. Poison Ivy out of the pack now, putting 4 on the board for NorCal.
And Bunny Rabbit went and passed the cap to Copper Boom.
Woo. Cha and Ivy getting tangled up there. 4 more points on the board for Poison Ivy and another visit to the ACS penalty box for Cha.
This is Copper Boom's second game today.
We have quite a few players out there who are in their second game of the day. Boss Taco's second game of the day as well.
And she's jamming this one after she blocked mainly in the first game.
Okay, yeah, but she got to rest a lot during the first game because there were 6 penalties assessed to her. Sorry, Taco.
I don't know, that leading with the head.
You can't use your head to knock somebody out of the way.
I mean,
you can, but you're going to go to the penalty box.
Exactly. Spitfire jamming for Sacramento.
And that is Oswald Clobberpot back out there for NorCal. Clobberpot out of the pack, taking lead status. Hey, if you're watching with us on Twitch, just to let you know, the current score is 51-80, NorCal in the lead, and we are in Jam 16 with 5.5 minutes-ish left on the clock in the first half.
Look at Chaw trying to give that O, but a little too early before Spitfire actually got there.
You got to wait for the jammer to get there to help them.
Oh. Gotta be careful on that outside right over there. There's, if you see really carefully, there's a couple of signatures on that wall of skaters that
have put their skate through the wall.
Head,
skate,
shoulder, maybe a back.
Yikes.
But they all signed it.
That's actually pretty cool.
It's their little bruise.
So I've been coming to this venue for a while now, and I try to warn people, watch out for that turn 2. When you're coming out of it, it's slippery, and you're going to go flying.
That on and turn 1.
Yeah, 1, but where I've seen the most is right there on turn 2 as they come out, like where you see the signatures on the wall.
Yep. Velociraptor is jamming for Sacramento, was trying to do a little bit of defense past that cap to Pain Generator.
And Fury out there for NorCal as lead jammer calls it off.
Did you know Pain Generator used to be a speed skater?
You can tell.
Oh, yeah.
The posture, the physical movements, you can tell when someone has that speed skating. The other one that you can tell is when they've had artistic skating.
Oh, yeah.
There's a skater from another league that was a national championship artistic skater.
Well, and that's like, she's not playing Ada Shovelace. She's a retired artistic skater.
Kamikaze K, your lead jammer for NorCal.
Twitchblade for Sacramento. Passes the cap to M. Lethal.
I just love that name. M. Lethal.
And this is M. Lethal's first game.
I saw that. So I went over and took note of all the names on the wall.
Well, we have a recruitment program. I mean, we have a 101 and 201 program, and help you learn the skills to skate and
become a derby skater?
Absolutely. But in 201, they start to teach you derby skills. So how gameplay, which penalties, basically gameplay, how to be safe on the track.
One of the funniest things I see about roller derby is that very few leagues actually teach you the rules. and people start skating and we're like, you got a penalty for this. Oh, I didn't know I wasn't allowed to do that.
Barry's lead jammer for Sacramento. But yes, I completely agree.
And you see it all over the place.
Well, now we have Don's Rule Dungeon. So we're after scrimmage, so it's actually helps the skaters learn more about the rules and keep updated on it as well.
One of the things we used to do when I was running an NSO program was we would require the skaters to attend an NSO training program, not so that they could be NSOs, but so that they knew the rules better.
Yeah.
We would also make them practice entering and exiting the penalty box.
Barry Licious or Barry Bootylicious is going to the ACS penalty box.
I don't know if you heard it, but I could hear the call. That was a forearms.
Yep. And Squid is also in the penalty box as well.
NorCal has an advantage out there, and Davis McIntyre is going to take advantage of that with more blockers on the track for NorCal. Davis McIntyre putting that star on, and it pops right back off. That pack slowing down a little bit.
Man, those caps.
You know, not the case here for Diva, but I've noticed that a lot of the caps that have the face shield on them, the star cover is not designed for those.
They went a full 2 minutes.
They did. 63-93 now, 94. NorCal in the lead. by 31 points with 33 seconds left on the period clock. We're about to go to halftime.
Ooh, what are we going to do for halftime?
I don't know. What do you want to do for halftime? We're going to have to do some ad reads for halftime. That's what we're going to have to do. We haven't had any timeouts.
Nope. Boss Taco jamming for Sacramento.
Poison Ivy jamming for NorCal.
Oh, and his lead jammer. I just have to say, I love it how Boss Taco is skating.
It's so dainty. Right up until she gets up to the pack and then she puts her hands on her knees. That is a busy ACS penalty box over there. There have pretty much been a constant cycle of people in and out.
They're going to start holding up signs. It's like, or, you know, put their
Waving
name-
people off?
Yeah, or, you know, just putting their names on the seat.
Well, Chaw might be earning her own personalized seat at this point. You know, fun fact about Chaw, I know we don't have it written down or I don't see it there, but fun fact about Chaw also participates in Scottish games.
Highland
and
Games.
The Highland Games, sorry.
Yes.
I'm old. It was the Scottish Games back in the day, the Highland Games.
Yeah, she just attended the one in Woodland.
Yeah, it was, I saw her throwing a thing. It wasn't a caber.
Boss Taco's asking, do you want me to keep going or
Should I?
should I call it off?
Taco being told, keep it going. We need those points. And 12 points makes a huge difference. Taco getting huge points. We do have an official review being called right at the end here. Sacramento's bench coaching team today is just killing me.
Oh, I love their
I am
mustache.
absolutely feeling the vibe. Platinum Punch and I saw it before the game and decided that they are all named Chad today.
No, Jelly is called Kyle.
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 Okay, so we have Chad, and Kyle.
Yep.
My friends, I'll bring you the awards in the hat.
Thank you. We're just gonna.
The white team was requesting the jammer track cut penalty be revoked. After review, the cut call stands.
can go down and enjoy it. And we wanted to offer all of you something special for being supporters of the Sacramento Roller Derby. As the longest local Sacramento supporter of Sacramento Roller Derby, we would like to give you 10% off your entire purchase. All you have to do is come down and tell me who your favorite skater is. Is it Kista? Is it Shanita Crutch? Is it Shira? You tell me, and take 10% off your entire order. Come down, play with the pugs. Let's talk about movies, let's talk about books, and just have a great time here at Empire's Comics Vault in Sacramento, California.
It's going to be
Hello, Sacramento Roller Derby fans. This is Ben Schwartz from Empire's Comics Vault here in Sacramento, California. And this is my buddy, Hot Pepper Pug, and the sleepy old girl, Captain Dylan Hunt. We are here to tell you how excited we are about Sacramento Roller Derby and about the fact that they are playing again. It is so exciting. We're looking forward to getting the Empire's Comics Vault teams back together so we can go down and enjoy it. And we wanted to offer all of you something special for being supporters of the Sacramento Roller Derby. As the longest local Sacramento supporter of Sacramento Roller Derby, we would like to give you 10% off your entire purchase. All you have to do is come down and tell me who your favorite skater is. Is it Kista? Is it Shanita Crutch? Is it She-Ra? You tell me, and take 10% off your entire order. Come down, play with the pugs. Let's talk about movies, let's talk about books, and just have a great time here at Empire's Comics Vault in Sacramento, California.
It's going to be a highlight
Hello, Sacramento Roller Derby fans. This is Ben Schwartz from Empire's Comics Vault here in Sacramento, California. And this is my buddy, Hot Pepper Pug, and the sleepy old girl, Captain Dylan Hunt. We are here to tell you how excited we are about Sacramento Roller Derby and about the fact that they are playing again. It is so exciting. We're looking forward to getting the Empire's Comics Vault teams back together so we can go down and enjoy it. And we wanted to offer all of you something special for being supporters of the Sacramento Roller Derby. As the longest local Sacramento supporter of Sacramento Roller Derby, we would like to give you 10% off your entire purchase. All you have to do is come down and tell me who your favorite skater is. Is it Kista? Is it Shanita Crutch? Is it She-Ra? You tell me, and take 10% off your entire order. Come down, play with the pugs. let's talk about movies, let's talk about books, and just have a great time here at Empire's Comics Vault in Sacramento, California.
It's going to be a highlight tonight. It's going to be a highlight tonight. It's a fine day. People open windows, leave their eyes just for the show.
Jamming for Sacramento.
Looks like Poison Ivy's going to start this second half in the ACS penalty box.
Oh, so it's a power jam.
It is a power jam. Hey, if you're interested in volunteering for Sacramento Roller Derby, you can get into the games for free. Go to our website and look under the volunteer page for information on how to do that.
Because we always need volunteers.
Oh, we definitely need. Hey, the medical staff heard me that time.
We got a thumbs up. Poison Ivy is lead jammer.
The score as we go into this second half is 75 Sacramento Roller Derby,
Bunny Rabbit is going to the ACS penalty box.
94 NorCal Roller Derby. Sorry, I got the giggles because Veloci's sitting here in front of us, and I just watched the jammer cover go boing.
I just got distracted by the mustache.
I need the mustaches to move out from in front of us a little bit. I need them to stay down at that end so we can actually see the track.
If we were on high risers.
I've asked.
I'm like, these stools are nice though. They're nice and cushioned.
You're welcome. I donated those.
I appreciate it. Not like that hard chair.
Yeah, that's hard and narrow.
Yeah. That
All right,
Rick is sitting on doing the Twitch. Poor guy.
We appreciate you being here and running the Twitch for us. Any Twitch comments out there? Oops, we lost our Twitch comments. If you're out there on Twitch and you're sending us comments, I will try to make sure we're reading them, but it's hard for me to read the Twitch screen from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, and definitely give shout outs. We appreciate it.
For sure.
Did you know that Bunny Rabbit's dream in life is to live in a haunted house?
I've lived in a haunted house.
Really?
Yep.
Well, Bunny Rabbit passed that cap to M. Lethal.
Only 2 seconds left on the clock, though. And Lethal made short work of that track and almost got back in there. That was actually really impressive. 3 points on 4 additional points on the board for NorCal, taking them over that century mark at 102.
And Sacramento's at 75 right now. And jamming for Sacramento is Smithfire.
And I know that jammer is Tempest Fury for NorCal. Plenty of time for the comebacks, Kodiaks from Lollygagger out there on our Twitch stream.
Smithfire is lead jammer.
Oswald Clobberpot taking the star cover. Struggling with that star cover. Oh, that was Clobberpot out there. I am so sorry I said the wrong person earlier.
Oh.
It's my excuse is it's my third game of the day. And I have been awake for a long time.
So Smithfire went and took the cap off to pass it to Squid, losing lead jammer status.
You know what? We're
going to
give
for
that
the full 2 minutes.
We're going to give that to Smithfire, though. It is her first game.
Oh, absolutely.
And there comes a point when you are tired and you have worked your butt off and you just need that break.
Yep.
Clobberpot still at the back of that pack. Has put 8 points on the board, though, in this jam.
Smithfire is going to the ACS penalty box for a forearm.
Well, that was Sydney Vicious giving us that forearm. I appreciate how loud Sid is.
I know I can hear her through my headphones.
The mics pick her up. I love that. $16 points on the board by Clobberpot in that last jam. I do want to take a quick moment and thank our officials for this game. Head ref, we have Doomsday. Inside pack ref, Panic at the Lolo. Jam refs are Grease Lightning and Bulldozer. We have Fibonacci, Sydney Vicious, and Loma's Trouble on the outside pack refs. And our non-skating officials, we've got Matador serving as your jam timer and head NSO. Cyber Demon and Bio Bombshell are your penalty lineup trackers there in the center. Don Scorleone is operating our scoreboard. And looks like we've only got one scorekeeper over there. So Don's probably also scorekeeping. And we've got Pyro as the other scorekeeper. Peachy Michi in the penalty box managing it, with Gigi and Miss Hell acting as the penalty box timers. Thank you so much to our skating and non-skating officials. Roller derby doesn't happen without you.
And they're volunteers. So sign up on the SRD website.
Oh, that was good.
For volunteering, because we need more volunteers.
Shotgun Shorty out there jamming for NorCal, but it looks like Velociraptor is your lead jammer.
She just went through a little stumble and hitting that four wall.
That is a sizable four wall to be hitting.
But she still has a grin on her face.
Well, yeah, because it's fun. And honestly, Velocity always kind of has that smile. You know, one of the most scary things on the track a smiling jammer.
Oh, yeah, all the time. I usually have this intense look when I jam. I'm like, "Ugh," and I'm just there trying to breathe.
But it looks like you're very angry.
I'm trying to breathe.
I just want to
Like-
get air in my nose.
Switchblade jamming for Sacramento.
Tempest's Fury out there for NorCal.
Oh, that was pretty cheeky right there. Saw that. Tempest Fury just scooted Twitchblade right onto the outside of that line and became lead jammer. Just took that lane right over.
I mean, if you're not prepared for it, somebody's going to try it.
It's like somebody coming off from a merging lane.
In Sacramento, they don't know how to do that, by the way. They don't
No.
understand how zippers work in Sacramento. There's a lot of Velcro users.
Twitchblade goes to the ACS penalty box,
Fury's put 4 points on the board for NorCal.
and it's a power jam.
And Fury struggling with that strong wall of Sacramento blockers up there. Do you see who those blockers are? I know
Yeah,
that's
it was M Lethal, Montreal Hound, and Copper Boom.
nice. Thank you. Fury out of the pack, putting 8 points now on the board in this jam. By the way, we are only in jam 4 of the second half.
It feels longer.
Like the first half flew.
Yeah, it did.
Did you say he saw Darth Vader?
I think so. But I don't see Darth Vader.
I'm a little scared if Darth Vader's here. I'm in a rebel outfit.
He would definitely do the vice grip on you. Huh?
Sorry, I had a little something in my throat. And a frog in my throat. Kamikaze K and Freckles jamming now.
It's more like a mustache. I want one of those.
That was a very intrusive thought. Oh,
We're having too much fun here announcing which is a volunteer position. So please,
if you're interested, you can reach me, calamityren@gmail. And I can not only help you get into announcing here, but anywhere I go.
yeah.
I have a group called Down and Derby Announcing. Yeah,
For over 20, is it 20 years?
this is my 20th year being involved in roller derby. It is my 8th year as an announcer. I started announcing in 2017. I still count 2020, even though it didn't really count, but I did a lot of like DJing at distant skate parties. It sounds weird, but it worked.
I'm watching it on the phone and I'm announcing for you.
I practice. I actually do practice watching old games and putting them on mute and announcing.
I just try talking.
Oswald Clobberpot now out of the back with lead status for NorCal Roller Derby.
And Bunny Rabbit is, sorry. Bunny
You're fine.
Rabbit is out of the pack. Maybe I'm just got a little too excited.
That's okay. NorCal has extended their lead 139 to 90. That's a 49-point lead.
Bunny
Did I do the math?
Rabbit is going to the ACS penalty box for a forearm. Oh, and they're going to start off in a power jam for NorCal.
Clobberpot making a wise call there for her team.
Now, you talking about math? I don't know. I need my phone.
I can do very, very simple math.
1 plus 1. 2 plus 2.
94.
Yep. See, we're good.
Now, what's 143 minus 94?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't either.
Let me get my calculator out.
Tempest Fury jamming for NorCal at this power start. Bunny sitting in that ACS penalty box, taking a little break, thinking about what they did out there on the track that got them in that position.
Naughty. But it's okay. We still love you.
Fury, your lead jammer.
And it was 49, according to my calculator.
Oh, Sacramento's blockers going down there for a moment. A little bit of a pileup. Oh,
Ooh, I love that opening, that rock, paper, scissors when it opened up for Bunny Rabbit. That was amazing on the inside lane.
rock, paper, scissors, another one of our new skaters.
Yeah.
And also another incredible name.
I love their names.
Oh, we got a comment out here. Mama Kami shouting out, Kami number 9, let's go NorCal on our Twitch
look.
stream.
Kamikaze. Love that smile.
Yeah, Kamikaze. Kamikaze. It's Kamikaze K. Speaking of, that is Kamikaze K in lead jammer status right now for NorCal.
Spitfire coming around.
Oh,
Oh, goes on that outside, gets recycled, hits out, and gets recycled back. Still on their initial pass.
Kamikaze K putting 4 on the board for NorCal.
I think Spitfire is still on her initial pass.
I believe so. K now on her third pass through, got knocked to the outside there by Coco. 12 points on the board for NorCal, unanswered by Sacramento in that last jam, bringing the score to 94 Sacramento, 159 NorCal, with just under 16 minutes left on the clock and headed into jam 10.
Ooh, Mean Bean is on the line, and her shorts are very dazzling.
I was actually just about to say something about that. I was looking for her number. Those are fantastic.
I love it.
Ooh.
If you didn't notice, us announcers, we like shiny things.
I do like shiny things. Smother Teresa out of the pack with lead status. I also really like that name.
Still have to save, like, from Team
Back to that
Oregon.
whole Darth Vader thing with Smother. Never mind.
What is it? There was your mom's favorite. Is my favorite skater's name. Your mom's favorite from Team Oregon.
Is that her name? Your mom's favorite?
From one of the skaters' names, yeah, from Team Oregon, yeah.
That is amazing. I play a game everywhere I go where there's skaters that I haven't seen before, and I find my favorite name, and they're all great, but I find my favorite name, and then I go and tell them at the end of the game how awesome their name is, and I explain that it's part of a game I play with myself in my head. Today's name, I told her at halftime, it was Jen Pop.
Oh, yeah.
I just freaking love that. There's so many great names out there today, and I love that roller derby is still letting us pick our names and be. Timeout being called by Sacramento.
Not back in the days when you had Two Evils.
I am actually registered on Two Evils.
I'm registered under Two Evils.
Um,
You know what the sad part is? My name was actually supposed to be Gigawatts, but somebody from Two Evils had it.
1.21 gigawatts.
Yeah, that was going to be it. So I had to change the whole thing. So I added my WoW name and kilowatts. And I was like, I'll just deal with it.
I like it. We got somebody telling us to ask Kami how she got her name. I will definitely be making that happen after the game because now I'm just curious. In the meantime,
Was she taking like kamikaze drinks?
I don't know. Empire Comics Vault and Hot Sauce is the longest-running sponsor of roller derby in Sacramento. Ben Schwartz has not only included our skaters in an original comic book, but we're also in a children's book about his pugs. See them both for yourself the next time you visit the store at 1120 Fulton Avenue in Sacramento. See both the pugs or see the comic book and the storybook? I'm confused by this messaging. Or both.
Or both.
All four, technically. I don't know.
Jamming for Sacramento is Twitchblade.
We got Poison Ivy out there for NorCal.
You know, during COVID, Twitchblade actually taught a chicken how to play fetch.
That is so cute. Poison Ivy is your lead jammer. We do have a star pass, it looks like, on Sacramento too.
Squid.
That is another great name, by the way, Billy the Squid.
Billy the Squid.
And did you know that Billy actually has studied squid?
Yeah, she
has a PhD. Yeah.
Yeah, in zoology, studying squids. There was over 300 different types of squids, is from what she was telling me. Jamming for Sacramento for the first time is Freckles.
And it looks like we got Clobberpot back out there for NorCal. Freckles jammed earlier today as well in the first game of the day. Ooh. Freckles getting recycled back there by number 6'6" on NorCal.
She was pivoting, actually, and received the star pass.
Rebel Rose. Oh, it is a power jam for Freckles.
And Freckles is lead jammer.
Nice. It's a great position for Sacramento to be in at this point.
And because she's so strong and so tall that she can just move all NorCal blockers forward until they separate.
Yes. The other thing about big, strong blockers like Freckles, or jammers like Freckles, is when they're out of the pack and making their way around, their strides are so long that it doesn't look like they're moving that fast. It's kind of like the horror film running thing. They look like they're just taking their time and they're relaxed, but they are eating that track up.
Yeah, absolutely. Freckles goes and calls off the jam, making 7 points for Sacramento, 101. I think that was Allison yelling in the crowd.
Oh, I bet it was. Allison has an you heard that.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible ability to project. Not Kamikaze K. Who's that out there? Luna Shovegood jamming for the first time today, I believe.
Oh, and Boss Taco for Sacramento.
I just am like mesmerized by those shorts.
Oh, look. Yeah.
Oh, Luna got out ahead, but just barely. Taco is going to force a call there.
Maybe? Is she?
Maybe.
No?
No, Luna Shovegood determined to get through, calls it from the ground.
As she tries to go through that inside line.
Taco managed to put up 2 points. Sacramento over that century mark now, 103-169. NorCal in the lead with 10 and a half-ish minutes left on the clock. And Kamikaze K back out there on the line for NorCal.
Bunny Rabbit for Sacramento.
It's another great name.
Bunny Rabbit?
Rabbit.
Rabbit.
Bunny Rabbit.
Rabbit. I've never seen a bunny go rabbit before.
I never want to see that.
Is it kind of like in Pet Sematary?
Oh.
Oh, Bunny Rabbit took a hard hit. And
Kamikaze K is your lead jammer.
Rebel Riot is going to the penalty box for that one hit that made.
Rebel Rose.
Oh, Rebel Rose. I'm sorry, Rebel Rose. I didn't mean to get your name incorrect.
It's all right. We get forgiven.
I was just looking at the back of their jersey, but it was all scrunched up.
That is definitely a forearm being called on NorCal's pivot.
And the star was passed to Billy the Squid.
Smother Teresa. That was Smother Teresa going to the ACS penalty box.
Kamikaze K makes a beautiful inside turn and quickly calls off that jam.
Absolutely gorgeous. Poison Ivy back on the line for NorCal. 12 points up on the board in that last jam for NorCal, taking them up to 181.
Spitfire jamming for Sacramento. They didn't make any in the last one. They're still standing at 103.
If you're looking for roller skates to start your roller derby journey, or just some casual street skating, start at Tours Quad Shop, 2309 K Street, Suite 101 inside Boulevard Skate Shop, or find them here in Vendor Alley. Oh, we got a multiplayer block being called there, sending Mantra to the ACS penalty box.
But Spitfire is lead jammer. I think Spitfire is going on their first scoring pass right now.
Correct. Oh, Spitfire was about to call that off. Unfortunately, in her confusion, she got a cut.
And is now going to the ACS penalty box. So Poison Ivy
has the power jam
for another 40 seconds.
Correct. Man, this second half started out feeling like it was going to be really long, but there are less than 7.5 minutes left on the game clock.
Now it's like speeding up. Like after 8 minutes, it just starts speeding up.
Honestly, the third game usually feels very long for me. This has been a very fast feeling game. I think it's because we really haven't had any, we had one team timeout. We haven't had any real official timeouts and no official reviews.
Just one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that chant? There was a chant happening. I don't know what it was.
Because Tornado took the star pass and became jammer.
Oh, that doesn't happen very
Did
often.
you know Tornado used to be, Red Tornado used to be a jammer?
Oh, I know. I used to be around back in that time. Oh, there is some confusion happening out there on the track. There we go. Velociraptor out of the pack first for Sacramento, gets that lead status. Oswald Clobberpot still trying to get out of the pack. Hey, that ACS penalty box is empty at the moment.
Whoa.
There's the whistle.
Why did you go and jinx it?
I do it every time. It's fun. Oh, I didn't mean to do it twice.
That's two Sacramento blockers, M. Lethal and Mean Bean, going to the ACS penalty box.
That's two of our new skaters today out over there.
But
they're not alone.
no.
They're not alone. NorCal's, sorry, I got to put my old lady glasses back on. NorCal's Kamikaze K actually joining him in that ACS penalty box. I'm sorry, Luna Shovegood. I'm dyscalculic.
Yeah, saw it on her helmet.
Oh, gosh.
Well, Copper Boom is now going to the ACS penalty box.
Well, that penalty box has gotten really busy all of a sudden.
Yeah, Pain Generator is like really trying to create that O to help Velociraptor just go through all those NorCal blockers, just constantly holding a hard wall.
NorCal has done a great job of getting that rotating wall in there and keeping it in place. They reset very quickly.
Yeah.
Actually, Sacramento does that really well as well. Earlier with blah, blah, blah. Sierra, thank you. Blah, blah, blah.
It's your third game. Totally forgiven.
I appreciate that. Fury back out there for NorCal. Twitchblade Jam in for Sacramento.
Yeah, Tempest Fury takes that outside lane and just like skips right through.
Oh! Ooh.
That was a beautiful turn.
That was literally done on one toe stop. That was incredible.
Oh, as she smiles, turning over here.
That was a grin for her bench, I'm sure. Like, did you see me?
Yeah.
We saw you, Fury. We saw you.
Twitchblade approaching the pack on their scoring pass. It is quickly called by, what is that, Tempest Fury? Yep.
6 points on the board by Fury in that last jam. 2:04, 118 now with 3.5 minutes left on the game clock.
Wow, 3.5 minutes, I mean, less than 3 minutes. I mean,
That 4 minutes flew by.
yeah. I just blinked.
Well, stop blinking. I
can't, I have contacts.
I mean, that is why I have to wear my old lady glasses.
Spitfire jamming for Sacramento. Sword of Toxic is jamming for NorCal. Is that Sword of Toxic's second time jamming?
Yeah, I believe it is only her second time on the jam line tonight. Oh. Spitfire taken down to the outside at turn 1 and recycled all the way back to the jam line. I don't think she had to go all the way back to the jam line. That seemed like a choice to get some speed going into the pack.
I agree.
Oh, it looks like
Ooh, Barry Bootylicious is going to the ACS penalty box.
Toxic out of the pack with lead status for NorCal.
See, you totally jinxed it when you said that the ACS penalty box was
Mother
totally
Teresa
clear.
in there now, too. It works well, though. Keeps things exciting.
Freckles going to the ACS penalty box. Rebel Rose is back on the track for NorCal.
Sort of Toxic trying to get through on a scoring pass, and with Squid going down with a crazy fall there, Toxic is out, putting 4 points on the board. There is someone going to that penalty box urgently. That was bad vibrations going to sit down in that ACS penalty box.
Oh, that was a quick rush to the inside line with Spitfire. Doing a full 2-minute jam.
Whew, that was a long one. We have 1:30 left on the clock, the game clock. Current score, 122 Sacramento Roller Derby, 208 NorCal Roller Derby.
Jamming for Sacramento is Boss Taco.
Jamming for NorCal is Kamikaze K.
I just want to see those arms up, and when she gets lead jam, her to flick her little ponytail. Up.
Right like that?
No. There it goes. There's her arms.
There's the arms. And you know, I talked to her at halftime about that. We were laughing about it. Her coaches want her to practice jamming as a water jammer. And in her mind, she is flowing like water as she is moving her hands like that. It is beautiful. Taco making her second pass through, putting 8 points so far on the board with less than 30 seconds on the game clock.
She's looking like I'm water jamming.
I am water, I flow. Smother Teresa out there, stuck in the pack. Sacramento's blockers really just holding on to her. And with that, Taco calls off the jam. I believe we're not going to make it for another jam here with only 5 seconds on the game clock.
making 8 points. Yeah, scoring 8 points for Sacramento, making it 130.
And that rolling whistle does mean the game is over. The unofficial score currently, Sacramento 130, NorCal Roller Derby 208.
I am not yawning.
I didn't see a yawn. I saw a deep cleansing breath.
It's the first time I actually really took a deep breath.
It's funny when you're announcing, you talk so fast and so constantly, you don't realize how little you breathe.
Oh, that's like the same thing with jamming. I forget to breathe.